This is iRacing.
Every time you hit the track, every millisecond matters. Trust, confidence, speed. Built for every corner, every track. Built for you. Rdoks, only quality setups.
The great all-round circuit that has shown on many an occasion before. This is a legendary track that creates legendary action. And today it is a championship finale circuit on this, your championship Saturday. 4 hours and 3 championships still to try and sort out. And quite critically, 16 teams still have the option of picking up a title through the hard work and determination of this championship series. We're here with Racing Action with you on the Global Sim Racing channel. My name's Jake Sperry, and along with me for today's action is Oshin Pahaka. You've got Christian deployed in the director's chair. He's using the cameras provided by Dougie Beard. But to Spa, the great circuit, the great all-around track, based in the Belgian Ardennes, known for its cycling classic that goes by in the town of Spa-Liège, Bastogne-Liège. Let's take a little look at what makes this circuit absolutely majestic with this GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Spa-Francorchamps. Less than an hour's drive east from the German border, this Belgian track has come to define racing for many different eras in the sport. It's no wonder it continues to entrance drivers when you look at the stats. The 7 kilometers over the course of a lap includes more than 330 feet in elevation change as it weaves its way through the Ardennes forest. Packed into this is 19 turns, some of which are considered among the most famous in the world of racing. Corners like La Source and Blanchemont have been on the lips of drivers for decades. But by far the most notorious is Eau Rouge and Rdoks. Typically referred to in name by just the first section, it dips low and swings left, then compresses and climbs to the right up a massive hill. The sequence ends with a completely blind crest that sweeps to the left and leads onto the incredibly long Kemmel Straight. The bravery required to be fast through there will pay off towards one of the most popular passing spots at Lacombe. Eau Rouge is exemplary of the rest of the circuit though. Most of the turns are incredibly fast and many include much of that signature elevation change. As jaw-dropping as the track is, you have to remember that this is the modern truncated layout. The old one, raced until 1979, was 14 kilometers in length, yet carried an average speed of 150 miles per hour. Present-day safety measures do cut down on the danger, but even in recent history, the circuit has proven deadly. It's clear why this track continues to be revered and respected by racers the world round.
A circuit that has seen so much, has done so much, and even though it's altered from what it used to be, it's still one of the great tracks and iconic almost every corner.
Yeah, Jake, it is one of those places where you can just name anything from La Source to Rdoks to Lacombe down the Kemmel Straight. To me, the most difficult part is from turn 8, what is mapped as Bruxelles here, also known as Rivage, all the way down Jackie X corner, Temple Horn, and 12 and 13, the Fan Chicane. That is one of the most difficult sections to get right in any form of racing, in sim racing too. So it's gonna provide an excellent playground, I should say, for these drivers in all 3 classes. Also suits multi-class racing really well. We'll go more over that as the race will get underway.
We certainly are going to. Now, to keep in mind, we've got 4 championships that are available, 3 of which are still up for grabs. LMP2, currently with the Jens Brothers competition, their nearest challengers will be Hyperion Racing and Havu in 2nd and 3rd. Nürburgring Esports effectively need to see 3 retirements from Jens Brothers, Hyperion and Havu to have a shot of the title, and they're in must-win position. XBD Racing, LMP2, MX are 5th with BP Racing, Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lit in 7th, Solpec in 8th, Fast Repair 9th, and Liper Esports rounding out the top 10. In LMP3, Aussie, the big key is this. Perfection is what is gunning for in this already decided championship.
One of the most pressure-filled positions you can have in any form of racing. You are going after a perfect season for Team Huizinckveld. Let's see if they can pull it off. They've certainly been invincible this season so far. Let's see if they can clinch it off here at Spa. You got Rdoks Setup Shop 162 and Team Huizinckveld's sister team fighting for 2nd in championship with just 1 point between them. And then as you look further back, you got the likes of Echelon Simsport as the course, Rdoks with another team, and Havu, TSR Racing, Rustis Paddlers, and Bonkasaurus.
So that is all fantastic to keep a note of. Let's look, though, to GT3 Pro, which is the most incredible championship right now. A tie at the top between Hyperion and Team Huizinckveld, with GT Dynamics just 6 points back of that. Fast Repair Motorsport are in 4th, with Nürburgring Esports 5th, Manatee Racing Black 6th, and German Sim Racing 7th. That is going to be huge because all of them have a chance of picking up the championship crown as far as this one goes. You've then got Stint 1 Motorsport in 8th position, and Gnosis then are 9th, and your top 10 rounded out by 100 Force. It is the most interesting championship, but GT3 AM here, Aussie, just as interesting.
Yeah. So when you look at the top 4, you see 38 points separating from the leaders. M&J Downforce for Dash all the way to 4th place in BP Racing 2nd team, and even in 5th place the Finnish Endurance Academy, only 44 points back from the lead. In 2nd place you got Manatee Racing Purple ahead of Manatee Racing White. You know there will be some inter-squad rivalry on that one. You want to beat your sister team, you want to beat the guys from your organization, even if you're driving under the same United Manatee Racing banner. You got the 2 Jens Brothers competition teams in 6th and 7th, equally divided by 1 point. Echelon Simsport, GT3M, and Mortness M Squad rounding out the top 9 here in GT3M.
Now, here's your race details. 2 to 4 drivers allowed in the team. 4 hours worth of driving this final round of the championship. You got LMP2, LMP3, and GT3 cars out there on track at the same time, and they've got open setups available for them, but they've also got a custom balance of performance that they will be battling through. So that's all to keep in mind out there as they go. But let's take a little look at the teams right now with this little video. Your starting grid then for this final round of the championship will look as follows, as Nürburgring Esports get themselves on the front, but the Jens Brothers competition are just behind in LMP2. BP Racing and Solpec then are third and fourth, with Hyperion Racing and Liper Esports fifth and sixth. Harvey will go from seventh, with Fast Repair Motorsport 8th, XPD Racing LMP2 MX 9th, and Absolute Motorsport Acelith round the top 10. Fury Sim Sport and Firefly E-Racing Silver make the top 12 as we head to look at LMP3.
Yes, and in LMP3s, the grid will be set as follows. Rdoks Setup Shop 164 in pole with SD Course in second, Bonkasars starting third, and the Rdoks Setup Shop 162 team starting fourth. Team Hoisingveld and Echelon Sim Sport in row number 3, 5th and 6th. TSR Racing in 7th and Havu in 8th. Team Hoisingveld in 9th place, and Rusty Spatulas round out your top 10 in that class, and 10 GT3 Pros. Check.
Yep, Solpec Precision Racing control that ahead of Manatee Racing Black. Stint 1 Motorsport then are third, and in fourth position it will be the 248 of Team Hoisingveld. Then it's Negative Delta and Hyperion Racing, Nürburgring Esports and XPD Racing GT3 MX, 100 Force and Fast Repair Motorsport make up the top 10 in category. We're rolling now at the moment with Fast Repair and GT Dynamics 11th and 12th, German SimRacing Red and Delta Sport Sim Shop, Firefly E-Racing Red and Enosis Esports then 15th and 16th. We'll quickly go and look at the AM category that's going through, because that's currently Jens Brothers competition in control of that as well, with M&J Downforce, Manatee Purple, Manatee White, BP Racing 2, Echelon Simsport, GT3 AM and Finnish Endurance Academy. We got there! Only just, but we got there! As now they are just making their way towards this final chicane, and we talk weather because they are legitimately 2 minutes away from a light patch of rain coming across the circuit. Will only take 5 to 10 minutes, and actually it's just hit. It's just hit for the start. That's incredible. As they'll get themselves ready, it will stop, and then they'll get another bigger dash of rain that will come immediately afterwards. So it's always unpredictable here. Green flag drops, and for 4 hours, get this in on it, because we are in for a treat's worth of racing action.
We indeed are, Jake. Let's see how they fare through the first corner. I've heard from some drivers talking to them before the race. Rouge, Radion will be exceptionally difficult in these conditions. In the small screen, you can see LMP3 starting. Let's see how they do here with cold tires on the opening lap. No drama so far.
No, none to speak of right now. The LMP3 is very happy with their start. One car failed to take the start. That was TSR Racing. Have to go to the back. GT3s in Pro and Am now have themselves launched off on the start of this race. And critically, it's Garrett Berry for Solpec, who's got the launch then against Timo Beidenbach, who is there in second for third now, and stint 1 as Ryan van der Grij pulls Manatee Racing Black up into second position through Eau Rouge and Radion. And how aggressive do you dare to be in these conditions? I would argue if you can hold through these conditions, you're going to have a lot more security to work with. It's only going to be Category 1 rain for the moment. It'll be a lot more later on the run, so keep that in mind. Biedenbach then holding himself stationary, so he's doing well. There is Nicholas Hettiger then for Hoisingveld. We don't have the team and number with them at the moment on our graphic, but that can be changed in a moment. But for Hettiger here, 4th place, good at the moment. 1 car off in the background.
Yeah, just 1 car off, but ultimately quite a clean start otherwise, Jake. Not really surprising considering the quality of these drivers, but it speaks volumes. When you have a light drizzle of rain, it may not affect the drivers so much at this point, because the track is still very much dry, even if it's sprinkling on. But when you got cold tires and you see that rain outside of your window, you can see your wipers working. That plays a massive mental effect, and I think that actually helped with the start, with a lot of drivers going, right, I need to be careful. It's in your subconscious. I need to be careful. It's raining out there. And you can see some puddles already starting to form right next to some of the curbs, which is going to be something to watch out for. I've heard especially the last right-hander exiting Lecombe after the Kemmel Straight. That is especially treacherous here today.
just as it stands at the moment, as we get this going on board with Derek Heiberger for Hyperion Racing here, 5th in class right now for GT3 Pro. It would currently be in control, Hoisingveld in GT3 Pro. In GT3 AM, it was going to be M&J Downforce. It's now Manatee Purple, who I think may have just got it by a couple points at this point in time. Marvin Bear in the middle of this fight. Manatee White, they're going to need to get through here and jump. In fact, they will be. Troubles dropping down the order to 5th. Now goes that team as there's 3 wide behind Bear as they work through into that final chicane. And then finally, Jens Brothers Competition, as it stands now, have the lead of the championship in LMP2 and will look to try and hold it as much as possible. One car already diving in at the end of the opening lap of the race. We go up to Dario Frattini and SD Corsa. There is Adrian Dietzel for Team Hoisingveld. 6th place only at the moment, and so you go out of position then with the 149. They are ahead of Martin Schmidt in the 148. Remember, it's that 148 team that is going for the whole split or run of 6 races, 6 wins, as Beidenbach again sees behind that Hyperion. They are desperate to get through. Remember, they're tied on points with Team Hoisingveld. Every place between these two matters.
Oh, absolutely. When you have that kind of a championship battle and you have that sort of a disparity between their seasons, Hyperion really having come into form previous round. They were the winners of round number 5. They're looking to do the same here at Spa, but you have to exercise some caution early on. It's a 4-hour event. You know you got your rivals where you want them. You know that you must push on early on, but not too hard. You don't want to make the mistake right here and throw away essentially your championship fight just a few minutes in. You don't want to walk into somebody's fist on the first 10 seconds of the heavyweight championship bout in boxing. You don't want to get knocked out here. You have to watch out, and you can just see how hard Fran Labrada is working the wheel behind that XBD Racing GT3 E-Mix car 211. Just seeing, especially on the exit, how the wheel is just wiggling about, and that's the driver trying to find the grip in each and every corner. Just trying to see, okay, is there any grip? You can wiggle the wheel quickly, see how the car reacts, just not too much, and essentially try and force it to stay underneath you.
Denis Bayraktarovic then is also going for a move for Nürburgring Esports close to Tal, as Beidenbach then is holding his station well again, gets himself held nicely. There is Fran Labrada in 7th, who's just lost the place then on that hold for Bayraktarovic, who is just about keeping it steady with Heiberger, with Hettiger, with Beidenbach, and then Ryan von der Hreit as they go to the lead overall. Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen know that they need results to go their way out in this run with the Jens brothers. Max Meyer there in control of the car right now for the 0. Then Brandon Roseborough there for Solpec. You can see there is water on the inside curbs. You've got to be very careful. This is a circuit that only became a public circuit, or a private circuit, sorry, in 2007. It used to be old road until then. So some of the drainage in the middle sector still very much the same as what it used to be back in the day. And so when you look around at it, it pulls up here a lot more than it does at other circuits.
Yeah, and that is something to consider, and makes the track especially dangerous here in wet conditions. You can see just how much there is essentially water puddles next to those curbs on the side of the road especially, and you have to be very careful about those. I keep repeating it, but when you hit a puddle, essentially with your inside tires, for example, that just throws you right round. It kind of hooks you, that is the effect, and you can see in the background Havu going very wide. I believe Ossi Peltola is behind the wheel currently of that one. I know it says Teemu Korhonen on the graphics, but Ossi Peltola is the one currently driving. They're doing this race live, Jake, from the Havu office. You can see it on the right of your screen.
So now let me ask you this, because they're in a position like that. Do they have 2 rigs set up so that they hit the mandatory fair share requirement?
No, they have actually set it up, talked through it with the organizers, the series organizers, and they have a webcam set up specifically for the purpose of being able to identify the drivers, and as such the admins will be looking over, the stewards will be looking over at these guys, as we can see Ossi there battling currently for 7th position. They can see the drivers and they can see who is driving, and they will take care of that manually, old school style.
Yeah, so that's going to be critical to note, because when you're in a race like this, you are there in fair share, and I think to compensate for that, it has said in team driving, minimum drivers needed 1 just for this eventuality that's there. But the stewarding team have a look at it here, trying to get by Kostek Solovier, then from Fury Simsport, not having it. Pablo Alvarez there for XPD Racing, LMP2 MX is the team behind that will try and go through. And as far as they sit here, they're about halfway through the weather front right now. They know it's going to get a lot tougher afterwards, because they'll have a dry period of about 15-20 minutes before the next period is going to show again. So that's going to be critical. And there is Diana Perez. She will try and keep Fast Repair Motorsport very much in this at the moment. They're racing for a final win of the season, trying to get by BP Racing and Otto Heitela for this placement. But right now, it's calm at the moment, even though it's going to feel very difficult. Rooster Tail starting to kick up. You'll be looking for a track surface that says lightly wet. It is very lightly wet at the moment.
Yeah, it's not too bad at this stage of the race. Again, the effect right now is mostly mental, and those puddles too, which can still hurt you if you hook them. You can see Diana Perez almost hurting herself then in the bus stop chicane, which no longer resembles a bus stop, but it's still a remnant of the old era when that last sector used to be much faster. You can see it in battle for the lead. Kevin Crosney, Nürburgring Esports, so far holding on to it, but you can see just a massive queue behind him as they head up the hill.
And they are just ready, and that's wide. And suddenly Brandon Roseborough is going to get them both here, is he? On the run-up out of Radion. Sensational from Solpec. That takes pure commitment. And Brandon Roseborough, for many a year, before Solpec, it was Hydra Odesic. Brilliant, right before the traffic, still not over, 2 lots of side-by-side to go with, trying to force a lane to have that attack through outer Malmedy corner, the drive there for Nürburgring.
That is so brave from Kevin Crosney, because those curbs are the first thing to get wet here on the track. They just don't offer you the grip. You can see there downhill in the Rivage just how much the car is wiggling underneath him, underneath all these drivers. Diana Perez then trying to take advantage of the situation, and to make it all better, they are starting to hit GT3 traffic.
Yeah, and that's going to be critical. It's worth noting in GT3 AM, leaders now are Manatee Racing Purple, and they are looking around and they see that their main rivals, M&J Downforce, outside of the top 4. So they have control of their destiny at the moment in the championship. So they'll be happy that they've got to exactly where they are. Hyperion fighting hard then in GT3 as well with Team Hoitingveld. In fact, they are side by side up the Kemmel, and as we got that on screen, they've actually just bumped against each other and now trying to sweep around the outside. That's too deep from Nicholas Hettiger. He's going to be all over the puddles there on the outside. He survives, but critically, Derek Heiberger effectively gets a free look through. Here's a look from Diana Perez trying to deal with the traffic at Blanchimont. Has to abandon over to the right. You don't want to be out over there, that grass and that runoff area. It's so slippery out there.
Yeah, and there is that curb on the exit of Blanchimont as well. The way that curb works is there is a slight bump on the very end of it, and if you hit that bump with any open wheel car or any prototype, it's gonna throw you out of whack. It's a dangerous bump even with GD cars. So you either gotta avoid it.
Sorry, Ryan van der Rijt, Manatee Racing Black in the gravel at double gauche, and that is going to drop them a bucket of places in these conditions. I think it's just ticked over, slightly too wet, and they're all going to be out there trying to survive, what, the next 3 minutes before the rain stops?
Yeah, something along those lines, and you have to survive. You can't make that extra pit stop right now. It doesn't make any sense for any of these drivers, so they just have to try and fight it out. You can see Derek Heiberger then for Hyperion Racing fighting for the 4th place. Effectively, what is right now a battle. Seeing them go through Blanchimont, not a flat-out corner in these conditions, not with these cars. You got a double draft essentially ahead of you. And that's just something that is so difficult for these guys. But yeah, more and more rain is pouring down onto the track for the moment. We're being told it's gonna stop soon, in a few minutes according to the forecast. But for now, it's still raining, and it'll get worse before it gets better.
It certainly will. XPD now up into 4th position. There is Nürburgring Esports close to tail with Denis Bayraktarovic, who is there in that 5th place, as you've got Velin Vitanov there as well for Negative Delta, who have been waking up over the last year or so and really shown they've got pace. As we say that, Velin Vitanov's going to take a slowdown penalty there by cutting across the corner at Radion. And so now, here comes Heiberger on Fran Labrada. I think this one's going to be quite comfortable in terms of the pass. The grunt of the Mercedes, important to note as they fight, and there trying hard was Bayraktarovic, trying to hold and say there's something in. Remember, there for just in the scrap, in the puddle. What a save by Fran Labrada.
Wow, that was an amazing job. Velin Vitanov then looking to the inside, downhill braking, very treacherous in these conditions, very treacherous in dry too, gonna run out of track potentially there. But Labrada, not only was it an amazing save on the outside of that curb, hitting the puddle, going full sideways, but holding on to it somehow, manages to also hold on without losing an additional position. Now has to deal with traffic. Oh, and we have a spinner ahead of them.
Oh, that's huge, and that's going to drop them. And I think it is Nürburgring Esports, and it is. It's Denis Bayraktarovic, who's now fallen foul to what is going on. It's one of the most loaded corners out there on the track. And the moment that you say you can't go full pace through there, you're reliant on the mechanical grip, and then you find the puddle, and then you spin around. Not the first driver we've seen in GT3 find that trouble. Won't be the last today.
No, not at all. It's a very, very difficult bend, really, when you go into it. We call it a double gauche, we call it Pujon. It's these days with Formula Ones, it's flat out. With these cars, absolutely not flat out at all, especially with GT cars. You have to really find the balance going into the corner, adapt the brakes, go down a gear, trying to find the apex on the first corner, and then flat out through the second part of it as well. You're loading your right-hand side tires all this time. You're essentially relying, as you said, on the mechanical grip too, through that corner, as we see an amazing battle here in LMP2, just going through that bend, and they certainly have the grip for now.
Yeah, long way round's going to work better because the track's going to rubber up on the inside. Tough there as Otto Heitala moves up into 2nd position. Brandon Roseborough still holding steady in the lead. 5 clear at the front, and you've got Hyperion Racing in the group with the Jens Brothers competition. They're 4th and 5th at the moment. Hyperion are down in 20. Oh, and they're off! Hyperion are off, and they're going to have to go skittering across the gravel, and that brings them down to 8th place and trying to rejoin safely back on track over towards the curve of Paul Frere. I was going to say the gap between them is 27 championship points out there, and 27 when you put it into context of what you need. If they win the race, they'll need Jens Brothers to be 4th or lower.
Yeah. So watching the lead battle meanwhile here in LMP2, Solbeck Precision Racing, Nürburgring Esports, and BP Racing with Otto Hietala has been one of the sparks of this race, really. They've done really well here on the early portion of this event and are now looking to improve their place, potentially fighting for the win here. Despite not being quite up there in points, they're 16 points heading into this round, but this could be an excellent result, and you can see how brave Otto is there exiting Radion, really utilizing all of the track and some place outside of the track and looking for the pass.
We are starting to get penalties in, and black flags are being shown. One of them is to Ailos Vretos at the Rdoks setup shop 164 as Hietala side by side and around the outside again. It's a trademark move right now of Nürburgring Esports cars. Another one well held in terms of the position. So Rdoks setup shop 164, start infringement. Echelon Simsport LMP3 also with a start infringement. So Echelon, who are down there in the 129, they're there in trouble, as now it's going to be a case of the Jens brothers through up into what is 3rd position with the pass there. Very well done.
Very good job by Max Mayaten. looking to extend some gap for himself and his team, and some gap behind too to Otto, and then challenge the leading duo, Solpeig and Nürburgring Esports. It's been a great fight at the pointy end of the LMP2 field so far. Crucially, these guys have a gap behind them. Now, it's not an insurmountable gap, but it goes to show just how much better they have been here in the first 18 or so minutes of this race. Few seconds behind, that means breathing space, but those few seconds can disappear very quickly if they really start fighting properly, and you can see then Nürburgring Esports looking mighty feisty into the bus stop.
They are, and they want to be aggressive against Solpeig, who maybe have had shown early pace over the course of this season, but as the race has gone on, they've just fallen foul of a bit of bad luck. There's Solivier for Fury Simsport trying to get into play here at the moment. Nürburgring Esports, Kesselchen, they are down 96 points in second on your championship leaders Jens Brothers competition. They are managing the race quite nicely. This is the battle for GT3 Pro Championship honours at the moment. Sat just behind Timo Beidenbach for Stint 1 Motorsport. You've got Heiberger and Hettiger then together on circuit. Team Heusingveld in fourth and Hyperion Racing in third. It is a very simple equation today between these two teams. Whoever's on top of the other, and the black and orange mechanical flag out for the likes then of one of the M&J downforce cars that is in trouble right now in AM. So their AM effort then in all sorts of trouble, the 311, and also I think that you got the Jens Brothers car of David Bunga having to come to the pits with damage too.
Yeah, so that's the early trouble starting to hit you. You're starting to get those black and orange flags. That means you have to hit for mechanical repairs within 3 laps. It is a universal rule. And I've heard that actually being called in real life circles sometimes, instead of the meatball flag, as it's universally known, the orange flag, as in orange as in the fruit.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a safety car for the hit that Spencer Reitzma had in the 329 Echelon SimSport GT3 AM car there. He took the tow to the pits. I don't think he got permission to tow, and that should have really been a safety car for how big of a shunt it was.
Well, it wasn't, and we are still racing. You are correct, though, big shunt. Maybe we'll get some eyes on it later, but Max Meyer here in second position, Solpeig, Jens Brothers, Nürburgring, and everybody else battling, and you can see further back as well, Kostek Soloviev of Fury Simsport fighting with Ossi Peltola, I believe. That's on the outside with the Havu car.
Yeah, it's going to be a close, and they had to deal with traffic and upside down.
Someone's rolling.
And that is going to be trouble. That is Hietala, who's then upside down. I think he's going to be able to drive it away. How he's going to be able to drive it away, I have no idea. There's contact for Dominic Hurl, who then finds the contact again with the Havu car. What a massive moment. That was Hietala all on his own at Blanchimont. It's all right in the dry. I think people take it for granted in the dry. In the wet, you touch a puddle, you're done.
Yeah, you absolutely are. You can see Otto showing his displeasure then, blinking the lights just a little bit on the main straight, showing, look, we have to be a little more careful in these conditions. No surprise, they were hitting traffic. They were 2 wide, 3 wide. They hit traffic, and you have a car rolling end over end, side over side, sickening sidewinding snap rolls outside of Blanchimont. That was Otto Hietala, and you see that outside of your windscreen. You're 2 wide, you're 3 wide.
Manatee purple. There's been a huge accident up the top of Radion, and a couple of cars have been caught out. Rusty Spatula's LMP3's there. Spinning across it was Stefan Kirschmann, who went straight into the back of the traffic. Also who went around Manatee White and Marvin Bear. Both the Manatee AM cars spin on their own up the hill.
Yeah, just as I was about to say, you see that outside of your windscreen at Blanchimont. It's one of the worst things you can see. What's even worse is when you see a massive accident, or rather you don't see, you hear an accident on top of Radion, on top of the hill. You see the yellow flags. You don't see where exactly it is. It's just debris and smoke and everything else. Let's see what happened to Otto Hietala first then at Blanchimont. So this is him in 4th place, coming behind that leading queue, just loses it on the entry of the corner, hits the gravel, it snaps the car back around and then grips it, and yeah, that shows how he was able to drive the car back. Turns out he never made contact with the wall, and that is a surprisingly soft impact.
Yeah, so the car's just dug into the gravel there, and there's not much that you can argue with except it's dug into the gravel, and there's not much more you can say about it. I am looking down at GT3 AM at the moment, and there is not many cars in GT3 AM that are in a great position right now, as you got 2nd and 3rd, as it were, in the pits. You got Jens Brothers and Echelon effectively out of control, and so for M&J Downforce here, opening half an hour of this race, this is absolutely perfect. All of your rivals are pretty much in trouble, with the exception of BP Racing 2 right now, who need bodies between themselves and M&J, and they're not going to get that with many cars down in the pits having to take a tow.
Yeah, so early portions, but this has been the start they were looking for, the ideal start, in sense that you have the possibility now to gain some points here in the final round. Behind the safety car, I should note that if they, well, I should note after the replay, because we are getting to a review of what just happened on top of Radeon. So this is Stefan Kurtzman of Manatee Racing Purple, and as you said, Jake, the teammate just, well, that's synchronized swimming, and there was already a prototype out.
Yeah, that's the issue. They would have been absolutely fine over the top of the hill were it not for the fact that there was a car there already to have that contact. And we talk about Eau Rouge and Radeon, how it is the most iconic corner on this circuit. It's what gives it that fearsome challenge here. But what you also have to remember is it's one of the toughest corners on sight lines and, you know, places where you're going to have damage out there. This is Marvin Bear, so he drops it just on grip there. The rear tyre's just letting go straight away, comes across the circuit once more, and he's very lucky he's not taking one of those LMPs out of play.
That is a heart skips a beat moment. You don't realize it live maybe, but when you're sliding across the track in that slow of a speed, you know the drivers behind you are unsighted, going at Mach 2, Mach 3 towards that corner, and you're just essentially praying, okay, please, nobody hit me, nobody hit me, nobody hit me, and you just hear that whoosh of a car gunning behind you, and then you see later how close it really was, really counting his lucky stars there that wasn't an absolutely massive accident.
Yeah, a huge moment in terms of the way that this race was going to look. And as far as this 25-26 season has been, it's been magical, but there's more on the horizon with 26-27. Take a look.
Skirmish, this is absolutely huge. Cannot script this race.
Straight down the inside.
Everyone into the corner. There's a bit of panel rubbing.
There's contact.
Sanchez Gonzalez is around.
And here we are then, seeing a little bit of a preview, a sneak peek of what's to come in the upcoming season, Jake. Gonna be a great year with 3 different series here at SimRacing Republic.
It's brilliant, isn't it? You add the extra series on top, which will give you so much fun in terms of what you've got. And so there is a little something out there for everyone. So you got the big one, the SportsCar Championship. That's going to be great to see amazing racing out there in the endurance spec. You then look around and see the likes of the Track Sport Series. I am so looking forward to that, what's coming up along with GT Open. I think it's going to be one of the most incredibly brilliant runs that we'll be seeing as far as a season goes, and I cannot wait. Kevin Crosney then here for Nürburgring Esports. Track now in a tiny bit of sunshine, but they're again about 10 minutes away from a much bigger category of rain coming through. There is category 2 rain coming into play. Pit window open, and I'm not shocked to see the LMP3s and some of those at the back of LMP2 making the call to dive into the pits.
So you can see Havu being one of the teams that is making the pit stop right now, and you can adjust the car, the LMP2, during the pit stops. You can adjust the front and rear downforce, as we see Ossi Peltola there missing his stall a little bit, not being the only one. A couple of drivers having issues citing that. And if you do, essentially what you can do in here in these conditions, what you want to do is you want to add downforce, you want to add wing to the car. You can adjust the front and rear independently. So if your car is oversteering in these conditions, what you want to do is you have to add rear wing to the car. You take away front wing, but usually you add rear wing, you add rear downforce. You can do those independently. It costs 15 seconds per adjustment on each end. So if you adjust both ends, it adds 10 seconds to your total full service pit stop time, assuming you are taking all 4 tires and you are taking a full tank of fuel, which they won't be taking a full tank of because they still had some fuel left in those cars. With GT3s, you have the same wing adjustments essentially available, but what you also have is the anti-roll bar adjustments. So you can do those too if you, for example, if you need the car to roll in a little bit more in slower corners. What you want to do in rain is usually take away some front anti-roll bar, because the issue in rain is not only oversteer, it's also entry understeer, and you want the car to lean into more, to be a little bit softer, so you can have really that Fernando Alonso style of going full lock into the corners. It works for very many drivers in GT3 cars, and in other types of cars as well, in rainy conditions. And with the LMP3s, in turn, you can't adjust anything.
You can. There's so many options available to where you can adjust, how you can adjust, what you need to do. They're behind the BMW M2 safety car at the moment, giving themselves a tiny bit of security. Now, they'll be hoping that they'll be going back to green this lap, but they haven't got that at the moment because they've got to cycle all those that did come in and make a stop back to their respective positions in classes. This is what we would like to call an IMSA-style caution that is out there, and so you get the sense that the field's going to get back together and they're allowed to battle with each other. It creates great drama off of these restarts, and it allows the field to fight with the field that's around it. GT3 Pro in control with Solpec Precision Racing. They also control LMP2. LMP3 now has the 148 of Team Heusinkveld at the front with Martin Schmid, but critically, they haven't made their pit stop by comparison to some of the others by the looks of it. So that will set themselves up interestingly. GT3 AM with BP Racing 2 in play, but critically, the GT3 AMs have been the ones who have been littering the side of the road in the opening half an hour.
Yeah, so they'll be the ones most hurt by this race, by the conditions. Also heard from elsewhere that Rusty Spatula's team, then in the LMP2s, I believe it was, no, LMP3s, excuse me, LMP3s, Rusty Spatulas, they were the prototype that was around we saw earlier in Radion. Having a spin, the car was fine, but then when the GT3, the Manity car, impacted it, it hit right into the wheel, so they were having lengthy repairs in the pits as a result of that. They are planning to continue, but it will take a while to get that car back under a racing condition.
Yeah, to get themselves back in control is going to be very, very tough. And so for Henry Perala, who is there for BP Racing 2, be happy that the team's got the lead. They do have an outside shot of the GT3 AM Championship, but they are 38 points behind at the moment. So if they consider, as there will be a drive-through penalty that will come through for car 394 out there overall, and we have to note that that's come in. So that will be next in. There are also going to be a lot to try and look at. That is a car that will be very much worth keeping an eye on, the Jens Brothers competition team. So they are the ones who will be getting that, as Kevin Krosny focuses then here at the front of the field. What I was going to say is that M&J Downforce are 38 points ahead of BP Racing. So if BP Racing find a victory, as some of the GT3 pros are now going to hit pit lane and look to get service out there at this moment in time, a win's worth 100. If you're going to need 38 points for it, effectively, without a retirement, you need that M&J Downforce for Dash car to finish last in class, P7.
Yeah, so it's out of your hands, and at that point, well, you are keeping one eye on it, especially as a spotter, especially when you're spotting for your teammate, you're looking through all of those things. It's something we can talk about at some point, actually, because spotting is one of the most underrated and most important parts of endurance racing. But regardless, as a spotter, you keep one eye on it. You report it to the driver if necessary. The driver will be curious about it. Of course, do we have a chance for the championship? That's what you're thinking when you are in the the final round of the season. But you just have to focus on what you're doing. And I think the BP Racing guys really, they have the experience now, despite being in the AM category. They have the experience now to focus on what they're doing. Henri Perälä, Tommi Kalliokujala, Juho Huttunen, part of the team as well. Especially Kalliokujala is someone who has really impressed me in Finland this season. He's been quite good in a variety of cars, really improved his craft, and watching him race, he is always someone who he just gives you the vibe of really not being too shook about anything. When you think of the standard stereotypical stone-faced Finnish driver, that's him, essentially. That's Tommi Kalliokujala.
The second bout of rain has just hit the circuit, and everybody now is going to be turning around and looking at that with a huge amount of concern, as the track is still very lightly wet. The moment it ticks over lightly wet, they are all going to be diving down into the pits, and there's green band rain pretty much on that horizon, category 2, and that will soak the circuit and will basically force everybody to go onto a wet tyre out there at this early running of the race. So I would turn around and see this moment here as those who came into pit, I would have bolted on a wet tyre, Aussie, and said, right, we need to go.
Exactly. We need to keep this going. We need to get this thing working, because now that they're running behind the safety car, the track is getting even more wet. They're running slower. They're not displacing as much moisture out of the track surface, as much of the dampness out of the track surface as they would normally. They are on a very limited patch of track. So while they are here heading towards Blanchimont, rest of the track, well, the rain is pouring down mercilessly and making it more wet, and it's gonna be an adventure as they head for the first time towards Rouge Raidillon. If it was adventure at the race start, then I'll tell you something, I wouldn't want to be any one of those drivers right now. I seldom say this. I usually love the idea of racing these endurance events, but right now I wouldn't want to be any of them, especially not in the middle of the pack.
Well, cold tyres in the LMP2s and LMP3s on a dry circuit is often the most difficult. If you want to talk track temperature out there right now, it's 17 degrees. It is ice cold out there for these tyres. And so I would turn around and say they need to get temperature, and they need it fast. They are holding very close, it has to be said, to the back of the BMW M2 safety car, which means Brandon Roseborough will see them jump in. Now, they're not running the endurance layout of this circuit with the endurance pits. This is very much the GT layout, or what we call the Formula layout of this circuit. Green flag back underway, and they will all get the chance to drive with aggression. One car going slow in the back is Ryan Fuqua, who doesn't get the start necessary, but every category now looking for the launch that needs them to get to where they need to be. And a little heavy over the curb from the one of the cars there back there. I think it was BP Racing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared looking at this right now. You can see BP saving it pretty well now. Can they hold on to it right behind each other with Coulthard's taking it very tentatively, especially in the middle of the field, but they all somehow made it through, at least in LMP2s, on board with Otto Hietala right now.
Yeah, he's in 6th position and he looks behind. It is a slew as there goes Kostek Solovier down the inside of Francesco Petelin, and there's contact on the exit. Diana Perez, she tried to run around the outside there and just about was able to do so, as you got then also Ozzy Peltola there at Havu trying to hold in. Here comes the lunge down at Bruchel's corner. Easy on Solovier. Diana Perez has come to race and she is flying right now in these conditions. Another look to the inside. Lars Wetzig we go to, German SimRacing Red.
Yeah, Lars Wetzig certainly, if name is anything to go by, should be very good in these conditions. Let's see if that proves to be prophetic. Coming down to Bruxelles corner as well. Started 4th in this restart, now is in 5th position, still doing quite well in the German SimRacing Red, as you mentioned. Currently fighting here with Firefly iRacing Red and Sandro Marazzani. Sandro just ahead, taking a little bit of a wide line through the Jackie corner, and that is gonna allow Lars a chance to go through on the inside into Pujon. Backs out of it, however.
Yeah, wise decision at this moment in time, so they're just making sure that they're okay out there at this stage and saying that they are very happy. I'd love to tell you what the time is, but it looks like the replay has also decided it's wanted to join up on top of that at this moment in time. Francesco Petelin here, 3 hours, 21 minutes left in this race here as Absolute Motorsport Ace Elite continue their battle, and so too the battle in LMP3. Antti Pelaaja up into 3rd position, then gets Havu up there ahead of Rdoks.
So Antti had a very interesting day today. He's not driving from the office unlike his teammates in the sister car, the LMP2 car. He's driving from the comforts of his very own home. So, but Antti mentioned earlier that he had to do a lot of adjustments, essentially remaking the setup of the car to suit these more dry conditions, as he put it in practice. And I'm not sure which setup they ended up going with, but if he is indeed on that higher downforce setup, that car, that Havu car, was the slowest of any cars on a straight line, including the GDs. That Havu LMP3, but here in these wet conditions, it's coming to its own. Antti making a pass on the inside of Erouge, the same corner where he lost his chances in the 2018 Finnish Championship final.
Well, Kevin Krosny has just put Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen into command right now, and that's critical for what Nürburgring need. They now just need the retirement of some of their rivals around, but for the moment, it's a case of, yes, we're happy here. Maximilian Meyer, who sits comfy in that 3rd place. Dominic Hurl, Pablo Alvarez there in 5th place. They're happy with the way that this opening run of the 40 minutes has gone so far, and they'll just be looking to build on the platform that they have got. So this track's only going to get wetter, it's only going to get tougher, but for the moment, Roseborough back to 2nd position, and when the track starts throwing up a lot of spray, best place to be is at the front. Now, we're getting word here on a couple of infringements that are coming through on the start, and they are coming through for Manatee Racing Black, for Hyperion Racing GT3 and Team Hoisingveld. So both of the title contenders in GT3 Pro in trouble off the start. 100 Force have got one. Fast Repair have got one. Almost everybody in GT has got a penalty to serve.
Yep, and most likely source of those pit stop infringements, the green band you can see on the entry of the pit lane. You can't go 2 tires or more over that. So essentially, if you enter the pits too far to the left, and it is a very narrow pit entry, it can have some puddles and other issues, then yes, you are going to get a penalty, and yes, they will enforce that. You better believe it will be enforced, and GD car just falling foul of the rules and regulations in the first cycle. But essentially, if it's a penalty for everybody, you know what that means, Jake?
Well, if it's a penalty for everyone, it's a penalty for nobody.
Exactly.
So I'm looking down the order here. Solpecker okay, Enosis okay, Nürburgring Esports are okay. And they are 5th in the championship at 20 points back, so that's going to be huge for them. Dominic Hurl side by side then, here in LMP2, trying to keep himself out of trouble. They've got one car they're trying to tiptoe around. That is Spencer Reitzmer, who's got the damage repaired in the GT3 AM after the massive shunt-up they had early on, but they are limping around the circuit trying to let all the LMP2s find a way through, and you just have to be so committed to your line. Anything else other than that, you're going to be pretty much staring into the fact that your race is over, and that's a bit wide.
Yeah, that is a bit of a bit wide behind them in the BP car, and that is Dominic Hurlton getting a bit wiggly on the exit of the Jackie X corner, and then going down the hill into Pujon, just trying to hold the guys behind, trying to hold on to that position. You can see really, once you're looking at pictures like this, you don't really see how on the knife edge these drivers are, but it only takes 1% more throttle, 1% earlier, and you can either be a hero or you can go to zero in an instant.
He absolutely can. Beidenbach then trying to get around the outside in the Mustang. He's out in the puddles and will have to yield to the Ferrari. And so, no, big trouble. Dominic Hurlin around, goes Otto Hietala, and also the XPD team find themselves turned around with Pablo Alvarez then coming out of Stabilo corner, and that isn't a case of both drivers have come together. There was contact there for Dominic Hurl. He's done well to save it. Everyone else going around for a little bit of a moment there that brings them all to the back.
Very well held in that, holding their racing driver instinct of spinning the car around instantly as we see more LMP2s coming to the pit lane. They were good in waiting. I would say very well behaved for these guys, waiting in that treacherous corner for everybody to go through, as we are watching GT3 lead battle, I do believe.
We are, well, second at the moment here, because you've got the likes of Enosis versus Nürburgring right now, who actually are in the lead, because I'm looking around, Garrett Berry now has dropped out of that race lead. He led on the start of the lap as he went through, so I am curious to know whether he's either gone around or had a stop, and I would indicate it is I've had a stop more than anything else. So he's come in and taken service, dropped out the order. Now in comes Manu Casanovas, followed in there by Bajrek Tarovic, who will now follow in for the stop. It's single file down this pit lane, so everyone's going to be careful. Let's take a look at the replay though here, Ozzy.
Yeah, let's see what happened here. Otto Hietala, we are focused on him, so there's trouble ahead. He's trying to go through the inside and just squeezing into slightly small of a gap. Might have been contact on the entry. It definitely was contact on the exit, and Otto would have gotten away with that too. He would have been able to drive away had he just been a little bit more patient and perhaps a little bit luckier too. Sadly, just drops the rear wheels as he was trying to get the power down. The grip just saying no can do. The tires overheated and underheated at the same time. Otto just goes around spinning like a top with the rest of them. But yeah, that's one of those cases where it was bad, certainly time loss wise. Could have been so much worse.
And I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling LMP2 cars. That's kind of to do defense out there at this moment in time. But Maximilian Meyer is having a wonderful drive at the moment, but we're now in conditions here which say that it's about to get to lightly wet. And so even whatever your strategy is at the moment, whether you came in early, whether you didn't, whether you took service, whether you didn't, you're probably eyeing up a wet tyre now and going, I need it, because Meyer really struggling to get that slowed down, diving in now into pit lane and needing to get a wet tyre on the car. There, once again, is Ozzy Peltola. This is going to be for 6th position. And look at how there's no movement really from the face, using the ultra-wide screen at this moment in time. The concentration big, and it's going to be needed because there's a car up on the right-hand side with a lot of damage attached to it there, and that is not going to be easy to go and get around. That's Moritz Runk for TSR Racing in the LMP3.
Yeah, and something about driving live with other drivers, having done it a few times, especially in a marquee event like this, you just have all that pressure. you're not driving with the same rig that you're driving from home. You may have similar equipment. I know those are direct drive wheels they got there, load cell pedals, all the good stuff. 49-inch ultra-wide screen for the Havu LMP2 guys, Teemu Korhonen and Ossi Peltola. But still, you're not quite at home. You might have a different trim. You might have different headphones that you're normally using. All the external conditions, and then there is that pressure because you are constantly with your teammates. They got Teemu Korhonen in that same space with them, as well as Johannes Vahala, who is providing the stream services for the hub internal stream that they're doing from the event. And so you have that added pressure of being there alive. And I know Ossi has plenty of racing experience, but it's just something that will be playing with him in addition to everything else that's going on here on track today. Fantastic battles here, meanwhile, between Frattini and I do believe that's Michael Vico.
Yeah, Miguel Vigo, very experienced. So too is Dario Frattini. Allows through Michael Diaz, who has got into the Solpec Precision Racing car. These are for position with the fact that pit stops have been going along. Team Bonkasaurus leading the field right now in the LMP3 category. They've got caution tape all over their car, and they'll be very happy that they are out there at the moment. Frattini really struggling there, down through the speaker's corner and over towards then Double Ghost, the very fast left-handers, and they are struggling to get speed here through the middle of these corners. Just 160 kilometers an hour is the best that they can manage through there at the slowest.
Yeah. So 100 miles an hour through those corners, much slower, well, obviously much slower than tried conditions. What makes the double gauche, the Pujon double left so difficult? You can't see it very well. You can see it somewhat on the pictures. You know it as a driver. You come downhill into that corner. And now, Jake, a little bit of a physics lesson here for you, for our viewers as well. Water rolls downhill, right?
It does, and so what happens when you get to the bottom of the hill, it stops rolling, you get a puddle. So at circuits
or a lake,
massive levels of elevation change like this one, bottom of Eau Rouge is pretty much a lake by comparison. You see it down at Speaker's Corner as well, down through Bruxelles. Very tough. Ben Cooks then here in the 9th position in your LMP2 field, having to have a scrap. I do want to note now, your leaders in GT3 Pro are GT Dynamics as it stands. They would be champions if you stopped the race and red flagged it now.
Well, for them, they might want to stop the count. We certainly don't. We still got 3 hours, 10 minutes left. You can see here on board Ben just exiting La Source and 10 going up towards that puddle, towards that lake that you mentioned on the bottom of Eau Rouge. Makes me want to go fly fishing, seeing all that water down there. You just wonder if you would be catching any fish. There will be probably trouts flying in the air as they blast through these massive puddles, but here we see Ben 10 just trying to follow the spray, trying to see those red lights. You really, really struggle to see how close you are to the car in front of you. It's just spray, 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 all that mist in your face, Jake. And then suddenly you see the red lights, and then it
who will now have to find a way in the Bonkasaurus LMP2 to get into play.
Yeah, so drama here, massive drama there. Eric Rohus with the Bonkasaurus.
Getting a sense of what is making this racing tick right now. Eric Rohus then down to 4th position from the lead, and you get a real look around at it, and it might need a few more bandages, Ozzy.
Yeah, it just might. That caution tape coming in very handy. That is taped all around the car, because yeah, you wanna get some repairs done as soon as possible to that car. But first of all, you gotta see if it's all right. Let's see what happened here then to Erik. They head towards Pujon from the Jackie Expand, round the outside, and just gonna get a tiny bit of contact from an LMP2, I do believe, running wide, and that's Erik spinning round and round, and thankfully not suffering any additional hits.
Yeah, so the hits keep on coming, and at the moment it's a case of tune up the band as we head towards an hour's running here in the finale of your SimRacing Republic right now. Everybody is sitting back and saying, look, this is going to be one of the toughest championship finales that they will have, and they know it. And Bobrovsky having a big scrap for the lead with Stint 1, who want to get back to the point. Timo Beidenbach can't do anything about it, but they're holding their ground quite nicely. You've then got behind them Delta Sport Sim Shop 209 and John Schwartz, and then Nicholas Hettiger for Team Huizenveld in 4th position. The difference between Huizenveld and GT Dynamics, 6 points. Issue you got right now, being in first is 100, second's 91. So if GT Dynamics hold the lead, they know win and the title is theirs.
Exactly. That's what makes this race so fascinating, when you got the entire top of the GT3 Pro field so close to each other. Reminder, GT Dynamics 6 points behind Hyperion, 6 points behind Team Huizenveld, and they are on a form, and they got Trevor Bobrovsky behind the wheel, one of the best drivers, currently hottest drivers in these leagues, in these championships, in endurance racing. Let's see Nicholas Hettiger then getting up to 3rd place, I do believe. Yes, gets the pass done on John Schwartz on the Delta Sport Sim Shop 299 car. So Huizenveld and informing the drivers ahead, informing GT Dynamics, informing Stint 1 Motorsports SCC as well, that they are still very much in this mix, thank you. And do not forget about them, the gap just 1.3 between them and 2nd in class, as we move on to watch the 6th place battle in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, this is Garrett Berry, who took the early lapping pace. You can see how much water's coming off the tread of the tyre right now with this wonderful camera angle, and I'm wondering whether we're actually going to have a camera there by the end of this race, or whether it's going to be corrupted by how much water is going to go down through. You add heat to the mix as well, little correction through the middle of Double Ghost, just behind Pablo Garcia, and this is going to be as tough is going to get. They're taking this big wide line here through a karting line, some would say, and look at what they have to deal with through the middle of Fanya's chicane right now. Even in just a lightly wet circumstance here, Ozzy, the track basically is you pinpoint on a tightrope. It is rutted and puddly as anything right now.
Yep, those little ruts that you don't really consider in dry conditions. Again, a correction for Garrett Berry in the middle of the corner. Despite that, able to get a better exit than Pablo Garcia Castro and able to get that pass done. But yeah, in dry conditions, you don't consider many of these places really corners. You just essentially take the exit, not care too much about them. It's a simple job, well, as simple as any job can be around Spa-Francorchamps. But here in wet, you can feel every one of those ruts, you can feel every one of the curbs. You have to take the alternative lines, as you mentioned, the karting lines, very much through these corners here, seeing what they do on La Source. You can see how in La Source they don't have to do that, because there's a little bit of a dry patch on the inside of that turn. And as a result of that, that's the fastest. And the most difficult thing is that because it is 7 kilometers, it is 2 minutes around the track, 2 minutes and 30 right now, even for the LMP2s in these conditions, means that the track, once you come around the 7 kilometers next time round, might be drastically different than it was last time. So you have to relearn it every time, you have to gauge it every time. Essentially, you're going in blind once again as Bobrovsky defends the lead, or does he?
Oh, brilliant. What a pass. And that is just wonderfully constructed of a move from Timo Beidenbach, and now it brings Nicholas Hettiger to play, and this will be the scrap for the championship lead in GT3 Pro as they now descend down the hill again, the outside line wanting to be taken here by Hettiger, needing drive through Bruchel. Look at the brake light flashing, or the rain light there, gets the inside for Speaker's corner. Heusingveld pushing for the line for the race for the championship lead. They get to it and they now hold the control. Very well constructed again. Hettiger and Heusingveld right now are proving they've got their duck wings out right now. They're swimming.
They absolutely are, and in turn, will it be goose egg for one of these teams in the championship for this round? The way they are going, they're taking all the chances, as is Moritz Runk for TSR Racing here in the LMP3s. Everybody going at it. You can just see the puddle in the bus stop. I was thinking that car was gonna get stuck for a moment. It looks like they're doing the safari rally here, with how much water's flying in the air. Too deep, too wide at wet Spa-Francorchamps. So, sure, why not? It's just part of course right now, or I should say Spa de course.
Stint 1 in trouble. They've just spun, coming out then of what was Stavolo corner, as we're going to be almost 3 wide, heading up towards that section. Biedenbach has nosed and tailed it in. Heusingveld now lead. Runk then's going to go a little bit too wide. He's going to slide through the corner, and he's just about going to save it. Then as he goes through, the Bonkosaurus is now going to move to the outside, and that's going to be Eric Rohus now looking for the drive up the hill. It's all kicking off now at this stage of the race, and it's just side by side. Everybody is going to chuck, and it's not going to happen there. Runk is there. We'll take a look at what happened then for Stint 1 Motorsport.
Yeah, so let's see Timo Beidenbach then exiting Paul Frere, the curve Paul Frere, and just drops it on the exit curb. The rear tires hitting that puddle, hard leak onto the inside concrete barrier. Thankfully for him, seems to be able to drive away with that one. I was about to say on the LMP3s, in the battle that we saw on screen, Moritz and Erik, I think Erik Rohus saved Moritz Runk, saved TSR Racing there in the on top of Radion, with how quickly he was able to react to the wiggle. Because 9 times out of 10, I would say 19 times out of 20, that's just an accident in the middle of one of the fastest parts of the track.
Well, we nearly had the same there for Kevin Krosny, who just about was able to save the car. Just in front of him is Maximilian Meyer, so Nürburgring Esports down into 8th. That's put then up then after all of that. Jens Brothers now into 7th position at the moment, and that will cover them against Hyperion almost. They need, I think, one more place basically, do the Jens Brothers at this stage of the race to cover Hyperion, who I think by 1 or 2 points right now have the championship lead.
Yep, so far so good, but we are ticking down. We are seeing 3, 2, 1 and 1 hour done, 3 hours remaining. So championship considerations, definitely a consideration at this point, but it is too early to think about. Well, let's just say we have a saying in Finland, do not lick before it falls. So essentially, do not count your chickens before they hatch.
Exactly. Garrett buried straight around the outside of Timo Beidenbach. That was comfy there at Campus Corner to get the pass done. So Berry now is finding out how easy this is to jump up through. Get a place here, get a place there. Fast Repair Motorsport now sitting into play. This is a great time as we're watching here the GTs to talk about balance of performance. And balance of performance, more often than not, is built to a dry spec. So when you put them in the rain, you might find that a car has a big advantage compared to the others. Velin Vitanov is the one who's having to play defense right now, as it is Lamborghini versus AMG Mercedes, and that security in wet conditions. You ideally want a car that sits higher up, like a Ford Mustang, a BMW, or a Mercedes. If you're in a low-down car, like the Lamborghini is, it's a lot easier for that car to switch.
Oh, it is, because what you get is hydroplaning, aquaplaning. Essentially, you just run out of ride height, and it just wiggles more underneath you. You can't really have that. You don't have that safety. You don't have that cushion of air underneath you. And when the bottom of the car hits the water, then you're essentially done. You're a passenger at that point, as we see Erik Rouhus then taking up that position in Pujon and being a little bit archy-barchy against Moritz Runk then. Moritz Runk, who goes for a very long detour round the outside of Pujon corner. That was a bit of a Formula 1 style pass, I should say. Something that Formula 1 stewards are going to say it's a-okay, and our stewards might think differently.
They might do. It's a case of, oh, well, I got to the apex first, so it's my corner. It's not like that in GT racing. You sit back and you say you both have to get round the corner and you've both got to play within the lines. If you don't let him have room, you have to learn to share the circuit. So that's key. Big power slide there in the rain from the car of GT Dynamics and Trevor Vavrovsky, just about pivoting away through, and they're not done here. Erik Rouhus, the Bonkosaurus, after having their bonk, they're now soaring, so to speak, here. They're straight by Miguel Vigo, and it's not often you see Miguel Vigo just absolutely having his lunch money taken.
No, not at all, but that is just essentially Erik Rouhus going bonk, taking that wallet and saying thank you very much. So Miguel then trying to fight back, essentially forcing Bonkosaurus and forcing Erik to the inside, taking a bad exit of Las Source. But remember, there is still a dry patch on the inside of that corner. Going to be very interesting to see what happens as they run up the hill and on towards the Camel Straight. But right now, Erik Rouhus in the Bonkosaurus car is looking mighty fine indeed. You can just see how he's so brave through those fast corners. Blanchimont, Eros Radion is where he seems to be making the hay right now, even if the sun is not shining.
Well, this is where you're seeing maybe a good middle sector makes all the difference, and on the brakes they go up into this very difficult Lacoum section. You're just trying to find a way to get yourself out and out of this section and focus then on the middle of the laps and just get some form of running sorted. So they've managed that quite nicely as they will tiptoe on the brakes down Bruxelles. Very much a case of going with the water now instead of against it once you get to the second sector. So this is where you get that critical difference over the course of a lap, and I love it when you see great racing here and they know they've got to fight in the rain. Now the number 2 fast repair motorsport car has just been flagged for minor contact responsibility. Diana Perez, she's going to have to come down pit lane as there is your leaders of one category right now. Team Huisingveld then, and Nicholas Hettiger in control of things right now, 1.6 to the good, and running about the same pace here as the LMP3s as the responsibility for car 2 comes through and the penalties there. Race control steps it up and says, I'm going to go get myself a drink. And to be quite honest, as I look at that, I'd quite like one as well.
Yeah, you can see all the information. Essentially, well, that looks like what happens on dedicated fans home whenever you're watching a primetime endurance event, something like Daytona 24 or the Le Mans 24. Meanwhile, Perretten trying to hold on to a place for now. Yeah, they got the black flag, they got the penalty coming up, but still fighting very hard indeed. Taking the third place back on the road was Diana Perret from Ryan Fukua. And as you mentioned, lap times, Jake, earlier, and driving faster than some other classes. What I love about rainy races, difficult conditions like this, is that you can have a difference of 2 to 3 seconds per lap between some of the teams, where some teams are just more dialed in the rain and taking more chances. They might lose 15-20 seconds on a spin or take some damage with wall contact, but they are playing with fire and they're going so much faster than their direct rivals. So you can see sometimes what it leads to. Garrett Berry doing a really good job here. Oh, and John Schwartz isn't.
Delta Sports Sim Shop then go for a helter-skelter ride, a 360 through, and so that's really going to hurt them as they will drop the time, but critically not a place to actually they will to Solpet Precision Racing to stint 1. They won't drop a time, so they'll stay 4th for the moment. We did just see Huisingveld go by Huisingveld. out there as a Gnosis, the 229 now, get flagged for a start infringement. So they're going to end up then having to go down the lane and be very careful about that. So they're all getting flagged up at the moment here still from what was going on at the beginning. But as there is your leader of AM, it's Erikki Laitala, who is currently piloting around. This is a team that, again, another one in the AM category, has a shot of winning, but right now they need M&J to retire before 75% race distance. And now that's critical. It's not 75% race distance of the leaders of LMP2. It's 75% race distance of your category. And so basically, they need a retirement in the next, I don't know, hour and 40 minutes to try and hope they can get home.
Yeah, Laitala doing good job so far. They are in that Porsche. When you mentioned about the car differences, well, what would be better in a rain than the car with essentially a rear engine? Porsche would very much like to say it's a rear engine car. That one. Opinions vary, but regardless, the engine is very much in the back. And that gives you fantastic mechanical grip. Meanwhile, Teemu Korhonen on the inside of Ryan Foguater heading to Lacombe.
Yeah, trying to get this move done. And this is where Ryan's in the wrong place here. He's having to scrap and knows that after the penalty is coming from fast repair, they're back in third. And critically here with this, they cannot afford to drop places. It will drop them back in the run, but why not go around the outside? Teemu trying to get this done. This is no discount overtake. That is Premier down the inside. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, that would have been a brilliant punto had it not been Ossi Peltola driving.
True.
Well, I got it wrong earlier too, but still, I know what it says on the screen and sometimes hard to get adjusted to that, but Ossi Peltola doing a really good job right now. I was looking at the live timing earlier, looking at his lap times, 4 seconds faster last time around than Ryan Fukua, and doing a really good job. Was for a couple of laps the only driver in the 220s, in the 229s, as opposed to over the 2.5 minute mark, as we get a replay coming up for Trevor Wawrowski in the GT Dynamics car. Oh dear. Yeah, holds on to it, because of course he does. Trevor Wawrowski, Dominik Hasek, just you know, great goalies. Add Peter Schmeichel to the list, why not? Just giving him a shout out.
Yeah, that's just a wonderful stop there from Trevor Wawrowski. That one could have been finding itself buried in the barriers if he wasn't too careful. And now, look at what it's done. It's brought Garrett Berry straight up, looking for third position. Now 4 seconds off the back of Team Huizenveld, going the wrong way at the moment. Another wiggle over the top of the hill. Got to be careful of those. Every single time the steering wheel goes away from you, you get that hydroplaning of the car. You just panic that if you over-rotate it, the car's going to snap. If you don't do anything, the car might turn around. And that's actually very wise by Trevor Wawrowski. I'm not going to fight it. I know you're quicker. Garrett, go fly. I'll try and pick my points up another way.
Precisely, Garrett Berry right now has a bit more pace, and Trevor, being the wily driver he is, an excellent driver, but also wily. He has that intelligence behind the wheel. He knows which fights to take, know when to hold them and know when to fold them. One of the most important things any racing driver can have is essentially the ability to recognize that, the ability to put aside your ego as a driver, because we know these drivers have egos. Every driver does. If you don't have one, well, you're not going to be a very great driver. That's just facts, really. But you have to be able to put it aside at some point and essentially say, okay, this guy is faster than me right now because of at least an excuse here. I'm gonna follow them and improve my position for now. You are doing mental gymnastics too as a driver. At least I was when I was active. Maybe I'm a comment. Maybe it works better for me as a commentator right now, as we see one car just coming outside of the track, and that almost turned into a disaster. There's no way you can expect then that you got that Mustang of Timo Beidenbach coming round the outside of the track, essentially outside of the racing surface.
Oh, and struggling on the brakes into campus there was Velin Vitanovic's Hotta Perez, who is there in the middle, and right now I would not want to be driving in these conditions. They look dour. at this moment in time. I'm sure that they'll all be looking to try and say, where can I go and get it? Here comes Perret. We'll have the inside now towards Blanchemont. You don't want to go too wide there in the dry as they go. Now, getting word here that car 180 will have to yield the place here for Bonkasaurus back to TSR Racing. That is orders by race control out there, so that is happening right now. Biden Bach to the inside, really trying to fight and work with it, and now trying to go around the outside of the final part, and I think he's going to get it. The change has been made between TSR and Bonkasaurus, but Biden Bach here hasn't given up on this, even though the car's gone backwards and has had a bit of a shunt over the course of its run. Into the opening corner, has to lift out. That was close.
That was so close. Yeah, I'm making noises sometimes. Apologies for that. But when I look coming into the corner, I'm thinking, no way he's gonna be able to stop that. It just about did miss the right rear quarter panel of the car in front, and you can just see how little, well, you can see how little they can see. You can see how they can't see. Biden-Bach looking to the inside at the end of Kennel Straight! No!
Caught up behind in the puddles and finds a way to get out of jail free. If a cat had 9 lives, Timo Biden-Bach's used 8 of them. Here comes Kevin Crosney, though, to attack with the Jens Brothers competition team. This one to look back for 6th place, now trying to go the long way around to go and get this move. And again, Kevin Crosney gets it sorted, but might have gone a bit deep here because you can try the outside again, switch it back under once more, and Max Meyer right now, who's going to be on max attack down the hill on the inside, gets it done, but has he overcooked the corner? No, he's got it sorted. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, very, very well done indeed, and able to get it around as well. So many lines you can use here in these conditions. You can use tight line into the corner. Just essentially stay out of the rubber is what you want to do, because that rubbered-in surface is gonna be so slippery. Even if it's less rubber than you would have if the rain had come in 1 hour later, for example. But you can see them both really struggling here, just getting these cars around. Max Meyer, Kevin Crosney following Meyer around, trying to follow that spray and trying to follow those red rear lights, blinking lights too, because you don't essentially know when you're following somebody like this when the driver in front of you is gonna be in trouble. If the driver in front of you gets in trouble, the first time you know of that, the first time you see that is when the lights in front of you essentially disappear. And then you have to make that quick decision of, okay, where in this spray do I sight myself? Where is the car be? Are they going to be okay, or are they going to spin right in my face? So that's one thing to consider too, as that puddle has really turned into a lake. Wow.
It has. Michael Diaz now for Solpec, trying to get around Ryan Fuqua, who's going the wrong way at the moment for his championship intentions, and that's going to be another place they fight off the exit with a bit of contact. You have to have a bit of give in the rain here in these sorts of cars, as they now all start thinking about, where do we switch about, where do we find it? Here's the launch down at La Source on camber, so it'll puddle to the inside there, and you have to work wider and wider as you go. And now here's the question, stick or twist when you get to this section here of Eau Rouge, which is the Red River corner, and it is Fuqua on the outside who says, I want none.
Yeah, absolutely none of that. Being the smart man here, not going side by side through there in these conditions, probably the better choice. However, for Fuqua, he's got Max Meyer now right behind him, because he had to lift heading into that corner, had to take it a little bit offline, and that compromised his exit onto the Kennel Straight. So Meyer then able to catch up to Fuqua for now, and pulling Kevin Crosney from that battle we saw before, right behind them. And do not forget about Diana Perret either. Perret is still a couple of seconds back from them, but as they keep fighting, might keep on catching, and we know how fast that Diana has been in this race.
Yeah, Diana fighting back from the drive-through penalty that had to be served, so is very much wanting to get through this group as quickly as possible. Havu, by the way, keep out an eye on them. 40 points back almost in the championship. They're third, and they'll want to be up there and challenging. Meyer will look behind and see how much of a scrap is going to be had from this group with Krosny, with the likes then of Hotte Perez, then who's actually gone through an Adrian Dietzel, Diana Perez is the one who is trying to get close enough to try and chase this group down, and they are really proving right now at this moment of the race that this is going to be as tough is going to be, as tough as nails, some would say. Let's take a little look then at this replay, for this is where it all goes troublesome for Manu Casanova's. Car in front goes off, has to try and avoid. Oh my goodness me, what a save that proved to be. That might have been even there just behind them, the German SimRacing red team there that went around on Lars Wetzig. So that just shows you Blanchimont is going to be one of those corners where it is just going to be hold your nerve, and Kevin Krosny here will look around with Maximilian Meyer and say, well, he is starting to pull away a little bit of a gap, and there's not much I can do about it except watch it at this point. On the brakes into the last hairpin, and there goes Jota Perez around then at the right-hand bend of Stavelot corner, which leads to the small village of Stavelot. On the exit of Stavelot, as you go up the hill, there is a monument to the cannibal, so to speak, of Eddie Merckx, the great cycling legend, and Jota Perez is really struggling to get back off and going again. I wonder if there's damage on the car, or whether this is just on waiting. Caution's going to come out, though, so they're going to hold it for Jota Perez, and the field will bunch back together again. A safety car, let's have a little look.
Let's see what happened here to Perez. Then coming out of Paul Ferré and just spinning it round and round, and that's so unfortunate. You don't want to do any sudden movements there. You want to let the car slide essentially, but just spinning into the concrete barrier, damaging the car, and it was in such a dangerous position. There was no way Perez was able to get that turned around without putting other drivers to the risk. So that is a classic case of race control needing to take action and neutralizing the field.
So that is as tough can be, as they sat up and said, right, 2 cautions in the space of an hour and 15 minutes worth of racing action. As far as we are going, there are a lot of series that is done here by the SimRacing Republic, but for 26-27 there's a brand new series that'll be jumping into the realm of possibility. Take a look at what's coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what is a very dour and miserable looking circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. We are underneath a second caution, this time for Jota Perez, who had damaged the rear suspension of the Ferrari of the 204, and so needed to go and get that car back around an important neutralized field. And it comes at a time where I would argue there was a lot of divergence on strategy that came into play from the first safety car just happening before the rain, or the heavens, so to speak, opened. Now, as I look at this field under safety car conditions at this moment in time here, Ozzy, I think this is where the strategies are going to combine again.
Yeah, because there is only one thing to do here, which is use the safety car period, use the caution period to take a full service, put on a full tank of fuel, change 4 new tires. Everybody's gonna be on a wet setup now. What some of the teams and drivers who've been struggling here maybe could do is some more adjustments to the cars, especially if they weren't aware how heavy the rain is truly gonna come down during racing conditions. Again, reminder, LMP2s, they are able to change their wing angle during the pit stop, so they can adjust that. I believe they would be very much on maximum wing in these conditions. I don't see any other choice, not unless somebody is feeling very brave indeed. And with the GT3s, you can change the wing angle and the entire roll bar softness slash stiffness. So essentially what you can do is change the wing angle, means giving it more attack angle, giving you more downforce, more grip in the corners. And again, in LMP3s you cannot do anything, so you're stuck with what you've got. And at this point LMP3, in a lot of teams probably hoping, wishing they went with the wet weather setup they had surely prepared. I'm sure some of them have, some of them haven't, but there's not really much you can do about that now, apart from maybe change the tire pressures to try and get yourself a few more millimeters, few more centimeters of ride height. But even that comes with other issues, so you can't really do much at this stage of the race for those guys.
Well, we're taking a look here at Fabian Siegmann here, the 148 for Team Hoisingveld. This has been the team that has been all-conquering this season at LMP3. 5 races, 5 wins. They have only breathed up at the top once, the lead of this race, and they've been down so much so, look, just struggling even in these conditions just to get it slowed up to make sure they can get through. The fact that they have been so far down here, Ozzy, in like 7th, 8th position the entirety of the run, does that tell everyone how hard this race is today?
Yeah, definitely does, because even when Fabian Siegmann is struggling like this, you know that everybody is gonna essentially struggle. What he's also doing here at this moment in time is trying to essentially catch back up to the queue a little bit. You can see the gap still 3 seconds ahead of him, then catching up to Carter James in the Echelon Sim Sport, and eventually back to the queue. Some other teams as well still trying to catch that pack back up, but being very careful about it, obviously. Now what you're thinking as a driver at this point, fuel saving, not making any silly errors, but also fuel saving while trying to maintain your concentration, which can be surprisingly difficult when you're up in the mic, up in the radio with your teammates, with your spotter, trying to follow other cars in the queue. It's surprisingly easy in here to get caught up in a bit of an accident, just somebody having a moment under the safety car period and getting caught up in an accident. But looks like Ossi Peltola and the others, Tero Wawrowski ahead of him in the GT, is coming to the pit lane right now for the service. Let's see if the Havok do a live driver change right now, actually.
Let's get the cameras on them and see how this is going to go, as Teemu Kohonen will hopefully jump into the wheel. Ossi Peltola happy to be sat in the car, will turn into his box, and now we'll look around and say, look, we're going to take our service and go through. Now, in a sim racing spec, you see it in the real world that certain drivers sit down, get themselves into the rig, and some drivers have to have, say, a little bit of something to get going. It's not going to be a driver change by the looks of this here from Havu, but if you did, and you got one driver quicker than the other, it's not as simple as you can just adjust the pedals on the fly. Would they have to have, say, a shell in the seat to make sure that they can sit in and be comfortable and reach the pedals like they would do in the real world sometimes that you see?
Yeah, I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen where you put a couple of pillows behind the back of the driver who is struggling to reach the pedals, because we had one time in a 24-hour race, we had a team with one driver who is about 192 centimeters or something like that, essentially the size of a soccer goalie, a football goalie. And then another driver who was around 175 centimeters with short legs. So that needed some adjustments. There's only so much you can do. Now, in Finland, there's some sim rigs manufactured which have an electronic pedal plate adjustment. So you can adjust the pedal length on the fly, the distance which it is from the seat, you can adjust that on the fly, do some changes to your driving position with the seating position. But if you don't have that possibility in your sim rig, and most of the people don't, then what you're stuck with are essentially more archaic adjustments. So for instance, you might want to put a pillow behind your back which is gonna compromise your driving position because your hands are gonna be closer to the wheel than you would probably want to. But that also means that your feet can actually reach the pedals, which is obviously much more important looking at Ossi Peltola's driving position. It seems that he's got it adjusted quite well. Looking at this view, I'm not seeing much wrong with it ergonomically, really. He's got his hands quite close to the wheel, but I suppose that's just a personal preference for someone who actually has real-life racing experience too.
Well, I want to just note here a case of who came in and who didn't, because Team Huysingveld, I'm just having a look, I don't think came in at that pit stop. And so because they necessarily are looking around a bit and didn't, I think that they're going to be on a slightly different call compared to everyone else. And if you are looking at strategy to try and win this race, you're saying, this is in my wheelhouse, or this is not within my wheelhouse. You're trying to find a way where it does work the way that you want it to. And you're always playing this game of count back to the end of the race. When you feel that the way this race has gone, this has felt, Ozzy, like an hour and a half's worth of racing that has felt like 3 hours because of how intense it's been.
Yeah, exactly. So mental fatigue is gonna come into the mix as well. You're looking at the time, you're seeing that we got 2.5 hours still remaining in this event, and you're kind of dreading it a little bit at this point because every lap is a struggle, every lap in these conditions, a new adventure. The tires will be new. The tires will be cold going into the restart. You have that field around you. You would have thought that you would have gotten through the most dangerous point in the race at this point. Let's see what happens to Trevor Wawrowski then. Just a little bit of a wiggle exiting the speaker's corner, Jackie X corner, as it's now known after one of the greatest Belgian racing drivers of all time. I would actually even argue the greatest one, but that's a whole different conversation. Just showcasing that even Wawrowski, even at these speeds, when somebody like him is struggling for grip behind the safety car, you know it's bad.
It is. A lot of driver changes actually have gone through, so keep an eye out on this. So over at Fury, they've got Adriano Di Chiara now as the driver in behind the wheel. There is Juho Salminen, who is in for the Finnish Endurance Academy, the 377 team. So they're making that call. More cars then are coming in, and the field is going to cycle into position. Havu then, after that stop, are in control with Ossi Peltola then behind the wheel as it stands. Solpeck then into second with Michael Diaz, and then Leon Boeing for the Jens Brothers competition team are now third. So as they are looking around at it, there are drivers who are trying to get themselves the call, and Huysingveld decide at this moment in time, happy with what we're doing, happy with where we are, but looking around at where everyone pitted, only I think them and Fast Repair 202 were the only cars who didn't come in on that pit stop cycle. So that's very slim pickings to give you margin compared to those who have come in pitted. Fresh set of wet tyres.
Yeah, and a full tank of fuel as well. Not quite sure, if I'm being completely honest here, not quite sure why they wouldn't come into the pit lane, take this opportunity to essentially take a quicker stop. I wonder if the track position is deemed more important at this moment in time, or whether they are fresh after a pit stop. Regardless, usually you see this as a perfect opportunity to come into the pit lane, as we see Dario Frattini of the SD Corse team in the lead of the LMP2s right now, just taking up his position in the queue along with the other prototypes of his class, and then slowing right down behind that safety car. So we're starting to see the drivers and the teams shuffling as the race control has ordered them to take positions according to the class. Now, one thing I want to ask you, Jake, this is coming from me to you, a question. A more rare occasion, I know, given our roles in this broadcast, but you look at these conditions and you look at this track, how it looks right now. Do the British drivers have a home turf advantage?
No, because we're in Belgium.
Fair point. Counterpoint, rain.
Because it's wet, you would get the sense that drivers who drive a lot more in the wet or understand the wet weather conditions would have an innate advantage compared to those who only practice in the dry. I think when you look at, say, British drivers who are out there and getting things sorted, and I look around the field and the only British driver in the car at the moment technically is Jose Maria Espinosa, who is representing Great Britain out there at the moment, I would turn and look at it and say, you have an advantage in adaptability. That is the ability to quickly address what the pace is to go through. It's not something that is, say, 100% unlearnable. You can learn when the crossover is and when to drive. I think diagnosing that straight away, you see it, but at the moment, I don't think it makes that much relevance at this moment in time, but give some credit actually to the BMW M2 safety car, which is doing a very good job of keeping the pace up in these treacherous conditions here at Spa. So Harvey with control. SD Corsa happy with where they are at the moment as well, leading LMP3. Team Huysingveld in control of GT3 Pro and the Finnish Endurance Academy ahead of GT3 AM, but with M&J downforce for Dash in GT3 AM in second. They are in control of their destiny. GT3 Pro is in Team Huysingveld's hands. LMP3 is already Team Huysingveld's for the title. And in LMP2, the Jens Brothers competition team in third have enough points at the moment in hand to go and get themselves into championship position. Critical on the run, expecting at least one more lap around the safety car before we go back to green flag running here from the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. And keeping temperature, we see that when you have that last lap, Ozzy, that of the safety car, they are allowed to weave. But coming from a Finnish background and understanding the Kimi Raikkonen way of warming up a tyre, why do you see a lot of out to in warming rather than in to out?
It's a good question. It's a good question, and every driver has sort of their own way of doing it. They understand the effectiveness of doing it. Not with these cars, especially what you want to do with prototypes, with the current tire. The way it works is you want to do slow speed weaving and you want to do it very aggressively. So when you do it at high speed, what you're doing is you're mostly heating up the rear tire, the front tire, sorry, in high speed weaving. But you want to really get that heat not only to the surface of the tire, but the core of the tire as well. So here we see Ossi Peltola, for instance, doing very little weaving and starting it off right now. You can expect them to do 2 or 3, probably 3 around this circuit, 3 different stints of weaving, essentially, which is very important, especially in qualifying. In qualifying, what you want to do is on the out lap, you want to weave first at the beginning of the circuit, then let the tires cool a little bit, because you don't want to use the tread on the tire too much. You don't want to wear those tires, you just want to get them up to temps. And then once again here weaving, just trying to get some heat at least into the core. But in these conditions, it's also so treacherous because you're turning the car fully with cold tires over puddles. And that can lead to some, let's say, unfortunate situations, which no driver wants to do, is spin out behind the safety car. So, bit conservative right now with the weaving, but that's probably, caution is the best exercised here, just a little bit. We'll see if they get a bit more aggressive later on, because I've seen some real wheel weaving tend towards the, especially later portions of the outlap before they get going.
Just taking a look at Fast Repair Motorsport number 2. They've been in the pits for well over a lap, and they had to pull over at the side of the road after a spin, and they've actually had contact. Oh, they got run over, sorry, by a Gnosis Esports. So I've just had a look at that. That was under the lapping process, and Gnosis Esports have absolutely demolished the back of Diana Perret in the number 2 Fast Repair Motorsport car. And so that LMP2 is out.
Wow. So just when we were talking about the importance of exercising caution in safety car conditions, you can sometimes when you weave, you can get a checkup when somebody loses it just a little bit or even spins out or just has to brake. You get a checkup, and in that queue, the reaction times, especially if you're not fully concentrating, because you're again talking with your team, you're talking with your spotter, you're on the radio, you're looking at 10 other things, you're doing the count back, as you mentioned earlier on, towards the end of the race. It can be so easy to be a little bit distracted. So when somebody in front of you has a mishap, has a mistake, then accidents can become very big. Even if it seems a bit silly to have an accident behind the safety car, it's a very real thing that happens both in real life and in sim racing, and it is surprisingly understandable, though you never want to see it regardless.
We'll take a look quickly at it before we go back to running, which we will do. So this is Diana Perez then through double gauche, and here's the Enosis car, so it's pulled over to the right-hand side, back in line. It's too late. That's just too late. And Enosis are coming in at a rate of knots, and Diana Perez there has been unpredictable at that point in time, and just a massive smash-up, and that's just simply what you can expect to happen at a moment like that in a race like this. You just need to be predictable under these conditions. You don't run safety cars in normal split events. It's these leagues that come out and say you're going to have to play ball in this strategy. And the more these drivers get into a league like this, the more that they will find out from it. So for Havu, they will have the control of the field. Solpek just behind, and then the championship leaders of the Jens Brothers competition. This is a important middle phase of the race that we're gearing up to. An hour and a half already done, nearing an hour and 40 minutes. It's going to be Ozzy Peltola who waits for the green flag to drop, and we are back underway at Spa.
Let's see then how the start goes. Already you can see Leon Boeing trying to get a position here. Somebody's coming at a rate of knots. I think that's Ryan Fukua in the rear. You can see just taking up the inside line, but very clean for all these guys through the first bend. However, the real challenge, it comes now.
Well, Fukua's actually out the car. It's Nick Mercer who's now in, who's trying to get on through. Kevin Krosny, they're in fourth position, as they know that because they've been running in slower conditions, the track has really saturated a lot more. That spray is going to be massive. Now trying to fly almost into the grass, as we look now at Fast Repaired 202 and GT Dynamics with Trevor Vorosky all going at it up the top of the hill. Krosny up to third. Boeing lifting out of it, goes back to fourth. Big shunt up. Fury Sim Sports going to go around there as they had side-to-side contact as they went through. I wasn't sure whether it was with Firefly. It was with Firefly and Dominic Hurl.
Yeah, very lucky there to not get an additional impact, spinning out of the racing line, surviving that bit, but I believe will be minimum damage. Meanwhile, Wawrowski trying to get back some of those positions, looking to the inside and doing a very good job of making it a double overtake essentially, but running wide over that swamp that the exit of Lecombe has turned into.
Pablo Garcia's around. And there goes Fast Repair. Everyone now scatter and hope that you're not going to be unsighted. He'll just get out of the way of everybody else there. We were talking about it with the Lamborghinis, how they're very liable to hydroplane, especially if the tire's cold and it can't grip. Hurl's off the road again.
Yep, Hurl having difficulties there and coming back to the track side by side with a fellow driver. I do believe that is Andrea Armboldi 10, who is trying to get a position and not quite able to do it. Dominic Hurl 10 able to keep onto that position. Meanwhile, Garrett Berry on Pujon just behind Wawrowski, having a little bit of a wiggle. It's all going down. It's so difficult for these guys right now, just trying to keep control of these cars, and Wawrowski's off.
He's now going to have to rally cross his way back onto circuit. There goes Berry. They're going through on the right side is Delta Sport with John Schwartz. Dan Griffin is there for 100 Force, the American, and they're going to be trying to bring themselves into play. What a crazy restart we've been setting ourselves up with here in this race, and hold your nerve down, because Wawrowski realizes, okay, I've lost the line, but GT Dynamics knows they're a team with a lot of experience. There's Moritz Rung for TSR Racing. They're fighting for second in LMP3 at the moment. It's Eric Rojas and the Boncasaurus car that just about gets the drive. SD Corsa with a gap through Dario Frattini.
I really like what Runk is doing there. Let's see if he does it again on the inside of La Source. trying to put the challenge on Rohus, who just about holds on. He's utilizing the curb on the inside to get the car turned in to that slow bus stop double chicane complex, or single chicane rather, but two very tight corners. Getting that car turned in with the inside curb, that is one other thing that you have learned if you've done any karting. That is very commonly utilized there, just essentially getting the inside tires hooking in onto the wet curb and utilizing that to turn the car into the corners. Not advisable in fast bends, but very useful in the slow corners. Moritz Rung right now not able to get that position at the end of the Camel Straight. Will have to settle back behind Erik Rohus on that Bonkasaur's car, but still a very good fight for the second place in the LMP3 class.
It is for Vroski now down in 4th position. There's Lars Wetzig for German SimRacing Red. Then they are 33 points back in the championship to the joint leaders of Hyperion and Huisingveld at the moment. The spin was with the 202 over at Fast Repair. They're 4th in the championship in GT3 Pro. They're stuck behind right now here, German SimRacing Red. Another one of their rivals, Nürburgring Esports Klostertal, and Dennis Bayrektarevich, who is there. So Bayrektarevich is then going to be trying to keep this one on. Camden Craft currently running for Hyperion just in front of that. And so you're looking around. Everyone who's near the front wants to get themselves in play. And speaking of which, here is Hyperion LMP2, and they have woken up with Nick Mercer in the car now. Leon Boeing's going to realise this, and they're going to go around the outside into that final chicane, trying to get this move. It almost leans in with a bit of contact. Mercer's going to go straight on. How do you want to do this on the rejoin? Just about all right.
Oh, that was so close. I was looking at Mercer earlier. The Hyperion racing cars, thought it was Fugua initially, but yeah, it's Nick Mercer in that Hyperion car. Very aggressive on the restart, especially on the braking. You saw the same there in bus stop. Unfortunately for Nick, just out-brakes himself heading into the corner, having a very hairy time indeed rejoining the track. You have to go around the bollards on the exit of the bus stop, and then you rejoin the inside, which normally is very safe, because under normal dry conditions you are on the outside as you're exiting the corner. However, in these conditions you might want to avoid the puddles, you might want to take a tighter line at the exit of bus stop towards the main straight, and as a result of that, Nick Mercer not having quite the space that he was perhaps expecting or anticipating, but doing a good job of just about getting that car turned in and avoiding contact. I don't think race control will have anything to say about that one, and his fight with Leon Boeing resumes here. Jens Brothers competition versus Hyperion Racing, 4th and 5th in LMP2.
Yes, and remember, this is 1 and 2 in the championship, with the Jens brothers in control of that at the moment. So Hyperion must get through, and that would put them up into 4th. Jens brothers down to 5th, and then Hyperion have to run through the rest of the field to get themselves up to order. That's what they're looking at, as many points as they can possibly put on at the moment, as we're just 15 minutes away from the halfway stage of the race here at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. Big wide line being taken, cut through the puddle at exactly the median and work away. Now, I am taking a look here at the weather forecast, and it is potentially going to lighten in terms of rain. We're in Category 2 rain. It's expected to go to Category 1 rain, but I'm getting word here that the rain is going to stop in an hour and a half. That will leave 45 minutes for the track to dry, and that final hour, Ozzy, is suddenly going to sit up and say, well, who dares transfer to dries first?
Yeah, who dares to take their chances with a partly wet, partly dry Spa-Francorchamps, where the racing line will slowly but surely dry off. It's one of the most treacherous places of the major racetracks that you can drive in the rain in, due to the elevation changes, the undulations of the track, the way it dries slower than your normal racetrack due to its length, due to its road construction as well. Let's see what Jack Wilkins is up to then in LMP3, just behind Miguel Vigo there, 4th and 5th in class currently. Wilkins looking like he wants an overtake potentially in a motor race. Can you believe that?
Oh, did it in the background there. Big off for Nicholas Hettiger. It loses Huysingveld the race lead, but anything less than a save of that caliber, and that was in the barriers.
Wow. So, German goal is Oliver Kahn.
Yeah, yes, very much so. Oliver Kahn, Jens Lehmann, you could put in there. What was it? Harold Schumacher as well, you could put in that mix?
Yeah, but a little bit less aggressive than Schumacher, maybe.
Well,
Harald or Michael.
Yes, Hettiger though, holding on, and critically hasn't lost contact, and that is the important thing. In a race like this, where Team Huysingveld's in play, this is Solpeck's view of it here, heading into Blanchemont. You can see he's out wide, turns in, and the car just doesn't like it on the turn-in, snaps, and then suddenly, well, I'm off stage right, I'll take the race lead.
Yeah, and Hettiger, I tell you what, that's so difficult to do, because when you have to anticipate it. Let's see the wheel right here. Just, you have to anticipate that it's coming. When you feel the car turning into the corner, you feel it, okay, it's not turning. And you, as a driver, you have to resign to that fact that it's not turning, prepare, because it's gonna snap underneath you. So he was fully prepared, he was anticipating that, and then it looks like a reaction save, but it's really a quick correction, saying, look, okay, there's tarmac runoff, I can go there, better go straight than try to force and turn it in and have a spin.
Fast Repair looking to get back into the top 10 here with a look down the inside on Tommy Kallio-Kyala, then, which is one of the AM drivers for BP Racing 2. So not to get into the class, but they've still got work to do. So too will Dan van Zutphen for Manatee Racing Black. He's got a lot of work to do to try and claw that team back into contention out there. Andre Rajkovic for the 149 Team Huysingveld car having a moment off of the exit. Was there help as they were pushed around through Stavolo corner?
Potentially help in that, well, he looked like he had already lost it on the entry of the corner, maybe getting a little bit of a push at the very last part of it, just helping him around essentially, but that was always going to be a spin regardless of contact. Let's see Leon Boyington having a massive fight with Nick Mercer into a Rouge. Who's gonna lift?
Well, it is going to have to be Leon Boeing there. Mercer was lucky he wasn't turned across the nose by the line that he took. So he's taking the liberties he needs to right now. And that a critical pass, a psychological pass for position just before halfway in this race. So that's going to be important, as too will be how you manage a race like this. Runk still trying to get close here, and look at them in towards La Source here, down at the hairpin, the corner closest to Spa. And for Runk, he holds himself nicely, but Eric Rohus realizes, I am not going to have any reprieve in this race, especially if Moritz decides I'm going to stick a nose up the inside. Can't find the lane here up through Eau Rouge and Radion.
Exactly, very feisty here between those two guys. Rohus being a bit naughty in turn number 1, heading towards, essentially forcing himself into that space that wasn't really available. So making himself elbows out some more room so he can turn into La Source better, realizing that he's gonna need all the available space, even if it means making the other guy give you it by force. Seigmann, and Fabian Seigmann for Team Huysingveld, number 148. Let's see, this is a replay coming to Blanchemont at the top of your screen. And what a pass around the outside. This just makes my heart flutter. Can I have that pass on a repeat loop with some candles and some flowers in a nice restaurant, please?
You might be able to get that, but for the moment, Fabian Seigmann is trying to break away from Miguel Vigo here in 6th position, and it's just about managing. So at the moment, the gap holding, and so it's a case of searching for immortality or the invincible season. This is a replay for Kai Hitchler as he goes straight on down then at the Fania chicane, and that is really going to be tough to get back out on circuit. Manages it. It's going to be bringing a lot of wet gravel out there, which is not going to be very nice. Jack Wilkins in a scrap for 3rd, now as Echelon have moved their way through now on TSR Racing.
Yeah, what? So everything changing all this time. Jack Wilkins here, we're following that lovely purple car now up to a podium and seeing a replay now coming up 10 on Sigmonten in 7th place with the Team Hoisingveld car and just catching the curb on the outside of Pujon and going for a long spin and having a relatively soft side-on contact with the wall. Now the good thing, again, as we talk, is that it was a side-on contact. Shouldn't be any too bad of a damage to the dampers, as we see Moritz Lundgren taking a creative line through the bus stop. I believe he was heading for the train station, potentially a tram stop.
Yeah, I think he was halfway over back to Liège with that sort of line.
Yeah.
Moritz has done a very good job, though, of getting it slowed back onto line. And that's what happens when you lock a brake here and you go a little bit too deep. You find that you might lose rhythm, and again running wide over at La Source. That's how tough it is. Mercer has now found for Hyperion the back of Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen and the Polish-based driver Kevin Krosny. So this could be another chance to jump on up and get onto the podium, and they're only 9 seconds off of Havu and Solpek, and they look quite close. And actually, you put it together, that was when they last crossed the line, so they're both going at a rate of knots. Get the sight line open, working through the corners here, and I don't think this will happen immediately, but there's certainly a sense of this will go on through. I can note as well that Enosis Esports 229 have been flagged for 120 seconds worth of penalty after the hit they had under safety car, and understandably so.
Yeah, that's a 2-minute penalty if I'm doing quick maths on the Enosis car, and that's not ideal, but that is, as you said, very, very understandable indeed. Just can't have those incidents behind the safety car, the race control being very strict about that. And yeah, that's Enosis Esports more or less done for this event, barring another safety car here. Meanwhile, Juho Salminen trying to hold on to the Pro-Am lead, but not quite able to do so. Excuse me, GT3M. But what we call around the world a Pro-Am class. Actually still holding on to the class lead, because that was a GT3 Pro car that just passed him. Juho doing a very great job with that Porsche in the Finnish Endurance Academy program, which is apparently, I've heard from the Finnish community, a very welcoming community. And as its name suggests, Finnish Endurance Academy, essentially learning these endurance races and trying to improve together as drivers, which is what you would think every team does. But for them especially, it's a very open sort of community, accepting drivers and then selecting who will compete in which championship.
Yeah, so they're doing a brilliant job. We focus to Dan van Zutphen and Manatee Racing Black. I do want to note that Manatee Racing White have managed to get back onto the lead lap of the GT3 AMs, and they're only 5 seconds off of that lead. So they're going to be in a really nice place. 6 seconds, sorry, my apologies. But this is, Dan gets all crossed up then, trying to work on through against the Porsche. Not going to find the pass like that. With Manatee White then trying to get back up, here's where they're at. They need to win. They need M&J downforce for Dash to finish outside of the top 5. Marvin Bear currently working for the team. Reuven Held has a very good gap at the moment between 4th and 5th in class. It's currently 4 laps.
Yeah, that is a gap you can recognize as quite safe. Speaking of the GT3 AMs, I'm looking at Juho Salminen, the Finnish Endurance Academy team, and I'm looking at a BP Racing 2 with Tommi Kalliokujala. And last time around, now these are small sample sizes, but last time around Tommi was 2 seconds faster, and Juho has been working with some traffic this time too. So again, the gap is now down to 1.2 seconds. 2.3 seconds was the lap time difference last time around, and Kalliokujala a 2:41.2. That is faster than some of the GT3 pros that he's doing with that BP Racing 2 car. And I think we're gonna have a battle between the Finns. And tell you what, in these conditions, a Finn is a very useful feature.
It is. It certainly will help you glide through the water, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. It's 1-2 in the GT3 AM category for Finnish-based teams, so they are certainly taking to these conditions quite nicely. It's just the question of looking around right now, and Juho Salminen will see the equivalent of an orca behind in the form of Tommi Kallio-Kyala, as there goes Mercer down the inside, contact then through the middle of the corner. They're not going to sit back, they're not going to wait, they're going to say, look, I'm going to be aggressive, trying to get this. Kevin Krosny here has the inside. Mercer, how brave does he go? No, he lifts out of it here into Eau Rouge and Raidillon, but you sense Hyperion needing moves and needing places. They'll now have to go either side of Daniel Dorscheid. Then here for Firefly iRacing Red, they will go both to the left-hand side. Mercer in a pocket of spray pulls over to the right-hand side, left side of screen, looking for the inside. 3 minutes before halfway, and again into the side he goes. Again there's contact as they nibble against each other. Off on the curb is Mercer. He can't get it done.
Elbows out and everything else out here as well. Nick Mercer just trying to get that position side by side entering Eau Rouge, had to back out of it, and then long camel straight. They're fighting each other for every inch of available space out there. That's a bad exit from Krosny.
Yeah, he's gone over into the gravel slightly, and that opens up double gauge. Down for the inside, but they're all fighting for the outside line. What a fend off by Kevin Krosny, but he's gone too deep and he's out then over in the runoff area, just about survives it, but that's the place for Nick Mercer. If you're going to put that much pressure on a driver, it's going to tell.
Yeah, it is, and eventually Krosny just going too hot into that corner, not having the grip around the outside, and has to concede, has to take the exit. Now Leon Boeing is watching all this and wondering if he can fly into the mix here. Just 1 second back as we are watching Lars Vetsigten, German SimRacing, and Camden Craft just ahead, GT3 Pro class then. Bajkarevic, Kraft and Vetsigten fighting 5th, 6th and 7th. Tooth, nail, hook, line and sinker here.
Well, in the pits is Team Hoisingveld. This is a scheduled pit stop with Sandro Petroziello, who is now in the car for them, who has the job of the second half of this race. Juho Salminen now looking behind. This for the GT3 and lead. Then in this one, as they start trying to think, okay, what do I need to do to defend this position at Finnish Endurance Academy White? Tommi Kallio-Kyala moving to the inside, and now he's going to be better on the brakes on the inside. Can he get it slowed up? Yes, in the Mustang. You can. The Porsche falls behind. Kallio-Kyala pulls BP Racing 2 to the category lead. Here comes Tehu Korhonen under pressure now, or well, what will be Ozzy Peltola, because now Solpek and Michael Diaz back to the top of the field and over in a little bit deep here. It's going to be well over the curb. Can he fight off of the exit here? Because Peltola had a little think of the inside and chose to elect to back out of that attempt.
Yeah, they got 9 seconds behind them, and sizable gap. Was watching the gap between Solpek and Havu. They were pretty much trading lap times, Diaz and Peltola there, but Peltola eventually has to concede, just giving up too much speed down the Camel Straight, not opting to go for that move again down to Lecombe. Here we see Ossi Peltola then through a Rouge Raidillon. Is that GT3? Yeah, that's a GT3. So essentially catching a bad patch of traffic. No fault of the GT3, of course, but Peltola will be frustrated having lost the race lead because of catching the traffic at the wrong time. But they say always in racing, Jake, traffic give it and traffic take it away. Let's see if it give it later on for Peltola or his teammate Korhonen here in this mega battle for LMP2 lead, overall race lead.
Yeah, both of these teams looking around at what they've got. Havu are in a title fight, Solpek are not. So Solpek, you can argue, have more luxury to go out and attack, but Havu know they're in a must-win position at this moment in time, and it is very tough with the way that this championship has gone to get the points that you need late on in a race like this. Running through Blanchimont corner, a little wide there by Korhonen, and you've got to be worried in conditions like these that because of the wet track that you've got to deal with, you've got to make sure that you are just about avoiding all of the troubles. They've only got 50 instant points to play with before a drive-through penalty, and in wet conditions, 50 does not sound like very much for 4 hours.
No, that's what you need. Essentially, you need that insurance. In dry conditions, you would want to save up some incident points, perhaps, to try and gain some time, as we see Peltola there not quite getting the car turned into La Source, leaving a big gap ahead, losing 1 second in that single corner. But yeah, in these wet conditions, you want it as insurance, because the common way, as we've seen in this race, to save a car, save an incident, is to utilize those paved runoffs. So if you are going to run wide, you just better straighten up the wheel, let the car go outside of the track. The problem for drivers when it comes to incident points is that you get a single incident point every time you leave the racing surface. And if that happens once a lap, well, that's not fine. If it happens multiple times a lap, that's even less fine. So you have to take that into consideration as well here in this Camel Straight. Tell you what, that Hovel racing car looks really slippery here, really fast down a straight line, even with the draft. Ossi putting on some good pace. I wonder if they've gone with a touch less wing on that car than the cars surrounding them, trusting their setup, trusting that they will be able to fend off the possible attacks, most of them anyway, and will be able to attack too.
I just want to point out a difference on the last laps. Ozzy Peltola, 2 minute 34.0. Hyperion, 2:29.8. That was 4 seconds that they lost on that last lap. 4.2 seconds. They can't afford more laps like this. Heavy traffic to get around Jose Maria Espinosa at XPD. That's to put them a lap down. Then Marvin Bear at Manatee White. But that was tougher there for Solpec to go get by. This has opened an opportunity up now. Heading to curve of Paul Frere now, which is the small left-hand kink. And then over towards Blanchimont corner. Now at Blanchimont, they're side by side. Who's got the commitment? And on the outside line, it is still Solpec who holds that line perfectly. That's commitment. And there's a car off on the right-hand side, sorry. That's Nürburgring Esports close to Tar, one of the contenders for the championship. They've gone around and tried to find a way to rejoin circuit.
Oh, everything happening, and just imagine if that car had spun around right in front of the LMP2 leaders. It's always these pictures, these dreads that you have as a racing driver. Juho Salminen, then Finnish Endurance Academy driver, just pulling off way to the right-hand side and just letting these guys have all the space they need. Now 6/10. If Ossi is able to get the exit of Rouge Radion, getting right up that hill, he might be within a shout heading to Lecombe.
There's a look at it. He's just caught the curb late, and just as he's got the confidence on the power, I think he's hit the exact moment where in 2008 Kimi Räikkönen found the barriers.
Yeah, I remember that very well indeed. And here you can see it, just Ossi having to flash the lights essentially to, I think that's Tommi Kalliokujala. Yeah, it is in the GT3 AM lead, who was very fast down a straight line. And you can see here in these conditions that the speed difference between the LMP2s, even the LMP2s and the GT3s, well, we're talking about 7-8 seconds a lap. So for Diaz, 2:30.9, for Peltola, 2:30.5. And then for Tommi Kalliokujala, a 2:40.2, but the fastest GT3s are doing 2:37s and 2:38s. So that is something that will have to be taken into consideration indeed, and means that into some of these corners, the prototypes are just not having as easy of a time as they normally would dealing with the traffic.
Venslav Raichanov is the focus now for Negative Delta by SimGear.it, the Bulgarian-based team around the SimGear brand, and that is Dan van Zutphen, who is just in front, who I think has walked through for Manatee Racing Black. So Dan right now is trying to get up to German SimRacing Red and get that next place. Oh, there goes German SimRacing Red. Scatter, and it's Raichanov who gets a tag through that section of road. Very tough to deal with for those. The leaders of Korhonen and Diaz had to go through, and critically Harvu now going by in that moment to take the lead. So Ozzy Peltola, he saw a gap, he had to go in the grass, a pass in the wet grass to take the lead. Here comes Diaz back though into the final chicane, and is going to get the drive, caught up on the curb there, nothing really doing for that.
No, I think Peltola might have had a slowdown of that off-track excursion. But what a move it was to the inside to avoid all that incident. Here comes Peltola to the very edge of the inside. And we get a caution.
That will put an end to that, because we've got a yellow flag out there for a car that can't bring it back around. So obviously looked at the situation there, said there's too much carnage out there on circuit, and we're going to throw a yellow flag. And again, this is coming, I would say, in and around 10 to 15 minutes before a pit window. So everyone's going to have to cycle again. And I'm taking a look at the weather forecast. Icy sunny skies on the horizon in anywhere between 35 to 45 minutes. This is Stefan Kurzman's view of this. Manatee Racing purple. I think this might have been the moment there. Back stepping around, back across the circuit, bang, hard into the barriers there, and they had to call for it because it was on the racing surface.
On the racing surface, and that car is unmovable, the rear end taking so much damage that it's not safe to drive it round anymore. So two separate incidents on that lap. We saw the one at Stavelot curve Paul Frere in the 14-15 that Peltola and Diaz were able to just about avoid, and then that incident at Blanchimont, which finally did bring out the yellow. So we're probably gonna see a replay of the former incident right now. Raichinov's on board and just what? Okay. So yeah, he got some damage. He got some right front damage. But when you see that emerging out of the spray, a car broadside facing you, a lot of people would just take their hands off the wheel, anticipating an impact, not wanting their fingers broken. What Raichinov did was just about able to minimize, and I put an emphasis on it, minimize the damage caused there. He was never going to make it out of that without any damage, but he was able to essentially make the best out of a very bad situation indeed.
Let's take another look. This is Ozzy Peltola's view of it there. So through the spray, he will see the car that starts to go around, sees the gap on the inside, his gap covers, and he just has to abandon, basically looking like he was trying to enter the karting track there down on the inside.
Yeah.
Try and get that one in and make the move, and he managed it, but ultimately had to give it up with the slowdown penalty. So awkward situation for some out there, but I would turn around and look at where they are. In other respects, this is the perfect time for a safety car, because the rain's going to end in 45 minutes or so, and basically you set yourself up and go, well, make a call at your next stop, whether it's going to be good enough or not. It's perfect for the GT cars because they can go an hour, and it's practically going to be them looking nearer to a crossover.
Yeah, so who's going to be brave enough? Are they going to make an extra stop? It might be worth it. Also, we're hearing information. I was wrong earlier, not a slowdown penalty. Apparently we're hearing information from our chat in Finnish. Thank you very much. From someone who shares a surname with Ossi Peltola. So I'm assuming this is reliable information, which is that Ossi went and made the move outside of the track, and essentially that's why he had to let Diaz by. So not a slowdown penalty, but rather a decision, instead of risking a penalty from race control. And that's going to be another off-track incident then for Ossi Peltola and for those drivers, something that they gonna have to be very aware of later on in this race. So yeah, it's all resetting once again, and I'm sure the drivers will be very happy to take another restart behind the safety car in wet conditions at Spa. It's always so fun and totally risk-free.
Dario Frattini then in control of the SD Corsa 187, and they have done well to hold their margin, but I would be looking around and seeing who they're going to have jumping into the car with them. I'd expect it to be Henry Mackenzie Friedman over then at SD Corsa, and it looks like it will be. And as far as they go, this is a team, Ozzy, that looks around and says that they're better than everyone else, and they know it.
Yep. More or less, and once you have that confidence, once you have that belief in your ability, your teammates' ability, in the way that your team is working your car to set up the whole process, once you believe in that process, and that's why it sounds like such a corpo speak phrase, believe in the process, trust in the process, because we hear that always as an excuse, but it really means a lot because it's a whole process getting into this point. You have to remember, you have to learn the car at some point. Everybody drives a race car for the first time at some point, a specific race car. Then you have to learn the ins and outs, you have to learn the driving, you have to learn the setup, how the car works, you have to learn the tracks, the strategy, everything, and you do it together as a team. Very few teams do it solo all by themselves, and those who do it solo usually don't do very well. So it's a team process, and it all leads up to this point when you can be at the pointy end of the field. You can look at everybody else and you can essentially go, we are better than those guys. And once you can do that, once you have that absolute belief that you are better than the driver next to you, it's just usually it tends to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, where the confidence will lead to yourself exceeding your abilities, having trust in yourself, not second-guessing your decisions, which is one of the most important things in any endurance race, especially in the race. Especially in the rain. Wow.
Well, there's Garrett Berry, who's still having to push around at the moment in what are very tough conditions out there. Let's get, at this moment in time, a championship update at around halfway. Of course, the pit stops will change quite a bit, but as it stands when they last crossed the line, it will be Jens Brothers Competition 00, who will be holding their championship ready at the point, because they're in 5th place, Hyperion are 3rd, and Nürburgring Esports 4th, who can't pull enough points. With Harvu in 2nd as well, they can't quite get enough to get themselves up into line. In the case of looking for 6 wins up 6, Team Huizenveld 148 are a little bit too far behind the 8 ball at the moment. They've got 5 cars to get through in order to get there. So for Fabian Siegmann, he has got a lot to try and hunt down in order to get the perfect Team Huizenveld running all sorted. GT3 is interesting because they're on split strategy. So Team Huizenveld have made a stop in the 248, but as far as that then sits and looks to go, it is GT Dynamics who were at a point then when they last crossed the line where they were happy with what they are doing. They are 3rd and currently are champions. Their nearest rivals are Hyperion, who are 5th with Camden Craft. In GT3 AM, BP Racing 2 lead, but again, it's a case of the car in 4th position to keep focus on, because this has all been about M&J downforce for Dash. They just need to bring the car home at this phase of the race to get themselves everything that they possibly want out of this one. Big a number of pit stops coming in, and this will surely now, with the driver time requirements needed for both teams, be Ozzy Peltola out of the car and Teemu Kohonen in.
Well, I'm looking at Teemu right now on another camera angle, and he is not moving yet. He's actually looking at his watch, and he is not moving anywhere yet. You can see him there putting the headphones back on. And I think they've done their calculation. They realized that, Ossi, you have much more experience in these conditions. You know what the track is like. You've shown some good racing. Keep going. Stay in the car. We have the time just about. And they will probably have to pit again soon. And you can see that slight wry smile. Teemu Korhonen is the man with the beard there and just about to head off. And that is Johannes Vahala, then you can see with the cap on, essentially doing the stream for Havu right now in their super secret location, in their super secret headquarters, to reveal the information of its location, a highly classified detail. It's just outside the Vehkala train station in Vantaa, about 3 minutes away. You can see the big Havu sign on the train if you're passing by. About 10 minutes from Helsinki-Vantaa International Airport, 20 minutes from downtown Helsinki.
Wow. That is a very nasty piece of doxing from a teammate of Harvu in Ozzy Puhaka there at that moment in time. But it has allowed for changes then through the pit stop cycle. So Solpec then lose out on that stop. And so as they look, Harvu do have the control of the field. Our graphic not quite yet updating as this one all goes. So ultimately, it is going to be one of those where we look around and say that after the pit cycle, a lot has had to be uncorked at this stage of racing that we have. And a lot of pit stop cycles now probably looking around at this and the weather conditions and going, it's 1 or 2 stops to get home. And it gets easier and easier as it goes along to count back and say, this is what we need to do to win this race or not.
Yep. So everybody will have their strategies right now. You will have your pens out. You will have your... well, you don't have the ballpoint pens out yet. What you will have is pencils, because you make tentative plans that you can still erase. And some people will have their Excels out, their spreadsheets. I'm sure there are a lot of teams who utilize spreadsheets effectively, do the necessary adjustments to fuel saving, to fuel strategy, to tire strategy, and essentially, yeah, doing the count back. Now, you have to adjust that to less fuel usage in rainy conditions. It has a big effect. How the tires were, well, that is always considered a bit of black magic on how the rain tire works. Because it's, on one hand, it is very soft. So it wears out quickly, especially if the track dries. On the other, there's less temp in the tire in these conditions, so you have to be aware of that as well. But once the tread wears, it's even more dramatic of an effect with the rain tire due to the wearing essentially causing the treads to get smaller and smaller. And those treads are what you need to get the water spraying outside of the contact patch to essentially direct the rain away from the rain tire, from the tire surface, and trying to get at least some grip for these racing cars, which are built for all conditions, but certainly much more effective, especially these prototypes in dry conditions. Now, something, Jake, I've also noticed, as you mentioned the weather earlier, something I've noticed is the sun is starting to slowly peak from between the clouds. It's not much yet. It is still very much overcast on most places. But once the sun starts to peak out, and it's going to be low sun, it's going to be low. It's not going to come from directly ahead of you. Instead, it's going to come from lower down. That is going to affect the visibility even more, because you have that wet track surface, you have that rain. It's going to glare all over your eyes, all over the windscreen. That just makes everything a little bit more miserable. On one hand, it is hope. You see the sun out, you see that maybe you get some minutes of dry racing here in this race yet. On the other, it's going to make the visibility even more miserable.
It is. I just want to talk about what is a fantastic potential championship position right now in LMP2. You got Hyperion in second, and you have the Jens Brothers competition in fifth. Now, if Hyperion get by Harvu and lead this race, they will have the title in their hands. If the Jens Brothers can get around Solpec while that has happened, then they will be tied on points. It would go to count back, and by 2 wins to 1, it would be in the hands of the Jens Brothers competition team. That's the fine margin of LMP2 right now.
It really is going down to the wire, and everything affects everything. You can see Leon Boingden in 5th place in LMP2. He is driving that Jens Brothers car. Solpec just ahead of them. Solpec, who were leading the LMP2 class, leading the overall before the pit stops. And meanwhile, what has happened to Axel Leknes, I believe, Bonkasor's team, LMP3 just having some moments behind the safety car. Is that car missing its rear wing?
Well, I'm just having a look here at Axel Leknes here. There was a checkup as they were going along, and in fact, I don't think it's missing the rear wing. I think it's had a little nibble out of Fabian Siegmann and Team Heusingveld. So I think more than anything there, that would have been a little bit more scary than what you'd see. Ryan O'Connor currently behind the 162 Rdoks car out there at this stage. So you are now sensing that, well, this is driver fatigue.
Yeah, it is driver fatigue, and I'm just looking at Dario Frattini then behind. I think that's Dario Frattini in the SD Corsa car. It's not missing the rear wing. It has the, well, it's missing the rear wing. It has the mounts, and it's missing the entire rear protection of the car, the canopy of the car, essentially on the rear of that. It's missing.
That's Henna Hakkanen. So that's the Rusty Spatula's LMP3 car that is currently 3 laps down, that's trying to recover back through the field. So they were the team that had the trouble, and they were the one that got ran up the back by Johannes Trauper for TSR Racing. You can see, here's the checkup. Now watch, bang!
Why would you slam the brake? I'm sure that's some sort of a mechanical failure maybe for Henna Häkkänen. I don't see
Well, that was the
otherwise.
checkup. So
yeah,
the checkup, they all checked up in front there.
Right,
and
right.
Basically, Johannes Trauper just completely missed it.
Yeah, so Henna was doing the right thing, braking. I was sure that for a moment that he had some mechanical issue, but yeah, that's the checkup. We see it better from this angle for Henna then. Braking in behind another car, just a massive checkup. There's a slight bit of contact, and that's what caused him to slow down so dramatically. Essentially, hitting the behind of another car, having that instinctive reaction of braking even more. But yeah, driver behind just unsighted, a little bit careless in that whole situation and turning a slight bump essentially into something that will probably have a drastic effect on the performance of that Rusty Spatula's car for Henna Häkkänen and for that team, which have had some unfortunate incidents earlier in this race too. They got rammed up to the side on the top of Raidillon, but unfortunately for them, don't have much time to repair.
No, and they are going back to green now here on this lap. So Harvu with control, still with Ozzy Peltola behind the wheel. You've got then the likes of Nick Mercer, Kevin Krosny, and then Brandon Roseborough, Leon Boeing in at 5th position. Hyperion, they can taste how close they are to the lead of this championship here at Spa, the championship finale of this, the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. And there is the launch, and away goes Ozzy Peltola, and this now becomes a must-make moment here in the racing action that we've got. On the brakes through La Source, and Mercer happy with the line that he takes there through and trying to work. Echelon Simsport LMP3 lead the LMP3 field away, and we will now look over towards where they are sitting at the moment. As they'll get going in the GTs, it will be Tommy Kallio-Kyala who will be leading them off.
Yes, here we see the LMP3 is taking off Axel Leknes 10 side by side. I do believe it's Fabian Siegmann 10 third and fourth. Siegmann with the Hoisingveld 148, just about staying ahead. Axel Leknes right behind in the Bonkasaur's car. Behind him, Ryan Connor, Johannes Traupe, and then we see the GT3s taking off, both the pros and the GT3 AMs as well, in a nice queue. Once again, very well behaved for these guys so far. I'm not seeing any excessive argy-bargy into the first corner. Everybody going through La Source thinking right. Objective, survive.
Yeah, Pokrovsky though, eyeing up that race lead as they are behind those cars that are a lap behind. Mercer struggling on cold tyres. He's now down to 4th position, but the ultimate thing is Delta Sport versus GT Dynamics, and you've got to be dynamic in wet weather conditions, and that's what Trevor's being. John Schwartz has nothing for it. Pokrovsky takes the lead and builds more margin to the cars behind as we're back in running. Safety car is gone.
Yep, safety car is gone, and so is Brandon Roseborough, gone for the 2nd place and gone almost off the track too.
Contact there, and that's going to open the door up for Hyperion, backing out of it because they still have to take the wide line at the campus corner as they now work through. They've got an hour and 36 minutes left in this race to work it out. That is just going to be 2 stops for the LMPs out there and what they're working for. Krosny now having to defend. Mercer just needs confidence in the tyre temp, and then he'll be rocking and rolling.
Yeah, and Peltola, meanwhile, as these guys are battling, he's running out of the gates like it's the last day of school.
Yeah, 1.9 seconds clear, and right now, Alice Cooper playing in the ears. School's out for summer, by the sounds of it, as they try and work on by. But at least at this moment, Mercer happy to stay in line. This is what happened to Ryan O'Connor down there, going straight on and running into the barriers down at campus. That's just catching a puddle.
Yeah, well, he's not out of the school, he's stuck in campus.
Yeah, very mumuch so. That Institute of Technology down on the inside, which is brilliant for the Belgian engineering out there. There is Nicholas Segerstraler then for Harvu, who is trying to get the LMP3 up the order now at this stage for the lead. Sega against Wilkins. Wilkins will hold the line well and will say, look, this is good job, but the threat's behind them. Fabian Siegmann, now Nick Mercer up the hill. He's got the run now on Kevin Krosny, and now that he's got a lap of temperature in those tyres, he's happy with it, and he has got that move. But now again to the outside. Can he walk on a tightrope to the inside of Malmedy? Round the outside, brilliant stuff from Mercer.
Absolutely, absolute confidence in your car, in your own ability, and your fellow driver as well. Kevin Krosny doing a good job of just about holding the line and allowing the space for Nick Mercer. Having to allow the space, of course, you have to always give a racing space. Johannes Traupe, meanwhile, 5th place in LMP3 TSR Racing against Dario Frattini, and this battle continues. It just delivers.
Oh, outside line's always going to play at double gauche. So Mercer happy with that. Kevin Krosny will have to lose out on that, and that will bring Leon Boeing back into position. And Boeing knows P4 at the moment is all the job will need to make sure that there is no doubt that there's there. Car runs wide in the background. I think there was Aston Manyemi there for BP Racing, who would have eyed up the car off of Anton Zemisch there for Firefly E-Racing Silver. So they were having to deal with that. Car 4, that is Hyperion, have to give the place back to 00. This would have happened before the safety car.
Yeah, so having to adjust, and this is gonna be frustrating for Nick Mercer, because you look at 00, the Jens Brothers competition now getting passed, and that has created a gap of a couple of seconds between Mercer and Krosny. And here is Axel Leknesten just missing the track entirely. I believe that's Fons. Yeah, it is. So just after the Pujon double left-hander, and this battle continues to it's Segerstrole and it's Siegmann and it's Frattini, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in LMP2.
Siegmann on the outside, heading to Blanchimont, and Segerstroller's backing out of it, doesn't want to fight, and just like that, it is going to be the all-important move that puts Huysingveld up to 2nd. Fabian Siegmann right now, well, it's the perfect storm, you could argue, for him right now as he charges now to the outside, tries Dario Frattini, looking for the launch off of the exit of the SD Corsa team, and he's going to get that launch. And now here is going to be the charge. Segerstraller covers the middle of the road. It's a battle of brakes into La Source, but critically, inside line is there. Frattini trying to cover out that move. It's not there. Look at a drive from Segerstraller.
Yeah, that's putting a lot of faith in your fellow driver once again for Niklas Segerstraller, one of the newer drivers of the Havu team, being paired with very experienced Antti Pihlaja, so getting a lot of tips and tricks there, and Segerstraller certainly showing that he is worthy here in LMP3, having taken the team up to 3rd place now, and fighting with these experienced guys, fighting around Huysingveld, the SD Corsas, the TSR Racing, and here we see Frattini 10 just holding a little bit back for now, but able to fend off the challenge from Traupe.
Well, Johannes Traupe is wanting to get in and get into play with this battle, with an hour and a half still left on the clock. So they're hoping that there is going to be chances to get those moves, and they will be critical. Caution's going to come out, though, and it's a quick one, so this one's not going to take too long. I'm looking around to try and find cars off, and there's a big one off there, and it is Axel Leknes of the Bonkosaurus LMP3 that is buried in with a massive shunt, and I mean a massive shunt up over the top of Radion. It would delayed itself all the way over towards the flick right for the Kemmel.
Yeah, and you don't have small accidents at top of Radion. It's either going to be huge or it's going to be absolutely massive. And in this case, it seems like for Axel Leknes, it was absolutely massive. I was looking at the live timing, seeing them with the meatball flag, and yeah, just loses it on the exit. Ah, that is so frustrating. Like, you're going straight back, but you can't really, it's so difficult to control the car once you're going straight back, and it just nips to one side. You're on racing surface, nips to one side, and then it hits the worst possible place it can hit at that point, sends another car. a solid wall going backwards that still look like 150 kph or so. Rear first into the barrier, and that's Axel Legnesten into the pit lane, having to take a tow, and I think that's Bonkasaur's race over for them.
It is, and now critically, because this safety car has come out so quickly after the last one, this is our 4th safety car window of the race. Race control have said pit lane is closed, pit lane will not open.
Oh dear. Now I wonder what this means for the driving time of Havu.
It's going to be really tough for the driving time of Harvey, because if the pit lane won't open, it means that they might have to, for driving time, come down into a closed pit, and if they come into a closed pit, they will get an end-of-line penalty.
Yeah. And I do wonder, well, they're essentially live in the same office. I wonder if you're allowed to do a driver swap under caution without entering pit lane. Probably not.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that would be
not. That's what we call in the business here taking the mickey.
Yeah, taking a mickey. I wonder too if, you know, I'm looking at the two guys, and Ossi is wearing glasses, but aside from that, they look kind of similar. Both are blonde Finns. They have the same shirt. I wonder if Teemu goes really quickly to shave his beard.
Well, if he's good enough at shaving his beard, then I suppose we could play the quote-unquote twin magic moment out there at this stage. So Harvey will be looking around at this going, look, we lead. We're happy that we lead. We're in a championship position where we lead. Here's the issue, though. Car that we need to finish a lot further back isn't doing its job.
Yeah, exactly. So you just have to wonder if it's a steady situation for those guys at the moment or not. They look pretty cool, calm, collected. Well, there's not much you can do at that point, really, all things considered. So it's better to perhaps be calm and collected. But regardless, Havu, Solbeck Precision Racing, and Nürburgring Esports Gesellschaft, 10 your top 3 in the LMP2 class. Looking around 11 cars still in pretty much more or less in queue. Now, just a reminder for the points we've been talking about, that you've been doing a great job talking about it all race long, Jake. I've been a little bit more quiet on that front, but the LMP2 championship leaders, Jens Brothers competition, they're currently in 5th place in class. Havu is Hyperion Racing, 2nd in standings at the moment, is 4th, right in front of them, and Havu is leading. That's going to be very close if it stays as it is.
Well, I've got my look at it. Havu need the Jens Brothers competition team to finish 6th or lower to take the title in this scenario. And they can't have Hyperion finish 2nd. That's the scenario that they've got. Hyperion need to be 3rd or lower. Jens Brothers 5th or lower. They've got Hyperion doing what they need to right now. They're 4th. Jens Brothers, they're 5th. And they need Firefly iRacing Silver, BP Racing, or whatever team that wants to come through and go and take that position away. That's what they're banking on. They are 1 place away from the championship lead as it stands. Yeah.
So what are you going to do in that situation? I'm stuttering a little bit just thinking about it. Yeah, exactly.
You just got to win.
Exactly, and that's precisely the point. All you can do is your best. And that applies to, I'm sorry for turning into a bit of a motivational speaker almost here, but that's always what you gotta do. In the end, it all comes down to you have to do your best. That's also all you can do. And what happens to the other teams, what happens to other drivers, that's outside of your control. So all you need to do is focus on the task at hand, but it's always easier said than done. It's kind of like in football, once again, going with the football references. Last day of the league, and you are playing your game. All you can do is play your game, and what happens in other games, that's outside of your control. But it's easier said than done when you kind of want to look at your phone for live results, and same here, you kind of want to look at the relative screen, ask your spotter, your teammate, okay, what's going on behind me, what's the situation like, what do I need?
Well, at the moment, there will be some teams right now like Harvey who needs 1 position and need Firefly iRacing Silver to be the equivalent of Anatoly Trubin against Real Madrid.
I trust you on that.
goalkeeper goal, 96th minute to send them into the Champions League second stages. But as far as it goes, Trevor Varosky in control of his caliber right now, knowing that he is in charge of GT3 Pro. His nearest rival still third, Camden Craft, but those two built a very nice gap, did both Varosky and Schwartz, and they will look to try and capitalise on that. Camden Craft realises as well behind, it's Sandro Petroziello, who is there for Team Hoisingveld. They are tied on championship points. Both of them have to find a way to get up past GT Dynamics, who are running roughshod at the moment in this field. And the 203 team, I can confirm, will have Ross Booth to bring them home, and he is an incredible driver to bring a car home.
It is absolutely somebody who, if there's somebody who I'd want in that car at that very moment, then yeah, I mean, who else? But speaking of driver times, we were talking about it earlier with Havu and with GT Dynamics. It's going to come into play as well, because Bobrovski's been in that car for a while. I've just heard back from Havu. I was asking them the question, sent them a message, look, are you all right? And Teemu Korhonen replied, according to my calculations, we're fine. So they're probably screwed.
Wow. That is some good racing car logic out there, but obviously they'll be looking around at whether it's going to be a rate of 3-1 out there, whether it's a 3 hour, 1 hour split or a 2.5 hour, 3.5 hour split out there. I am going to just take this moment to see a chance to look at the what is the all-important regulations out there that says how do you go, because I am just on a quick look at the word time to see where driver time requirement comes into play. And so for the moment, drive time requirements need to abide to iRacing fair share rule. It's not a case of you've got to do too much, but you just have to make sure that they find iRacing fair share rules. So that would be, if you're doing 3 hours, you do one. It's a quarter of a quarter, basically, is what you're looking at.
Yeah. I was looking at the same specifications earlier, and I found that same sentence, but I wasn't quite confident enough in that. The last time, I will admit, I've looked at the iRacing fair share regulations was probably in 2017, so they might have changed a little bit since then. There might have been
iRacing regulations. I asked the question, has anyone gone from book start to finish to read the iRacing regulations?
Yes. Yes, we did that actually in one of the Finnish iRacing Club Finland meetups. We went through the iRacing regulations as a group together on Fireside. We had them all printed out, and we may have tossed the printout into the fire.
Oh dear. Well, I'm hoping that it's not going to be as fiery for these drivers as we're getting ready to go back to green flag running what will be the 5th time in this race. Again, Ozzy Peltola with control. Brandon Roseborough and Kevin Crosney following. Nick Mercer, in 4th position. And then Leon Boeing for championship in 5th. Green flag drops and we're back to racing once again. Echelon will have to worry with Team Hoisingveld going for the impossible of 6 wins out of 6. And now in towards the Lassos hairpin 1, 2, 3 and 4. Comfy.
Very comfy indeed. Well, as comfy as it can be in these conditions, but we shouldn't be surprised to see these guys taking clean starts anymore. They've done it so many times today. The trouble usually starts brewing at the top of the hill at Radion, and then it starts to really explode at Le Combe, and later on in the lap, Rotterdam, La Source, the first corner here, being very good so far, are Fabian Siegmann of Team Hoisingveld and Havu LMP3 with Niklas Segestrole as well, hounding, looking for that opportunity to pass potentially onto Kemmel Straight, and gets a very nice exit indeed.
Yeah, it's going to need to run here along this long straight, and they are going to be running out of time. Actually, I think it's about to stop raining in the next 5 to 10 minutes here. So that's going to start putting it through 1 hour and 20 to get this track dried out in the evening conditions here at the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. And there's a little look at what is going to be Petroziello then for Huizinveld, looking to try and get by Hyperion and put them in the best place to attack GT Dynamics. They're through up into third, championship-wise at critical. They've got the, Acura, 2 cars in front of them, which are both and fighting against each other. M&J Downforce for Dash, the leaders with Lucas Hofrichter, and then Erik Leitela for Finnish Endurance Academy as Tommy Kalikayala. Again, the gap is there for Delta Sports Sim Shop and GT Dynamics.
Yeah, it is. Doing a very good job is Tommi Kalliokuala getting away from these guys early on. Laitala, meanwhile, just trying to hold back this super fast MJ Downforce for Dash. Lucas Hofrichter at this moment in time looking like he wants that second place away now. FEA, the Finnish Endurance Academy, they were a little bit slower on pure raw pace earlier on in this wet stint. What they had going for them was the absolute confidence and trust in their consistency, not making mistakes, and here's one.
Javier Berenjuel, they've done so well to pull themselves back into order. Nürburgring Esports also off the road, but Javi Berenjuel trying to go around the outside of Camden Craft. 2 title contenders come together, and ultimately they're fighting for the same tightrope. And that is very tough to deal with in scenarios like that.
Yeah, again later on in the opening lap is when the trouble starts brewing. Just sliding a little bit wide and hitting the rear quarter panel. Nothing you can do then if you are in the receiving end of that contact. Now Laitala has lost meanwhile the second place to Hofrichter. Hofrichter getting just by, and as they approach the bus stop there is a Huizinveld car then coming up next behind them, but that's in a different class. That's in the GT3 Pros. I believe that is Sandro Petroziello. So he is currently third actually in the GT3 Pros.
Yep, so he's got a massive chance to now start hunting down the points and the gap, so that's going to be critical at this stage.
Absolutely will be. So meanwhile, in LMP3s, Niklas Segestrole once again in the pictures, just fending off the charge from Dario Frattini, trying to hold on to the back of Wilkins and Siegman 10, but goes a little bit wide on Lecomte. Here comes Frattini 10, trying to get a good exit on towards Rivage, and Segestrole says no. He says, I will hold on to this place for now. And the quartet 10 at the top of the LMP3 field are starting to break away as Frattini 10 looks to the very long way round the outside at Rivage, where the track drops from you, and isn't able to get that pass done, but a nice try regardless, and a very savvy effort here in these conditions too.
And so at the moment now, Dario Frattini is sitting down and saying, look, I've got to try and get myself up the order. I've got to find a way that's going to make it work. Segestrole is now going to be right in the middle of this. There's the look around the outside. Can this one go? Car's going to go off as well. And still, there is going to be more to try and deal with here. Fabian Siegman is the one that's going to be then in the wrong place at the wrong time, and so he's off the road.
Yep, so Siegman 10 having to yield there for now in the heat of that battle, going from second to fourth in an instant. The Team Huizinveld driver, and that is Frattini and that is Segestrole. 10 running away, and we see one prototype off the track here at Coeur Paul Frere. So who was that? We'll get information on that soon. Just spinning out of the track. Meanwhile, John Schwartz in second place of the GT3 Pros, just behind Trevor Wawrowski, 0.2 of a second away. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Well, indeed. So that is Henna Hakkinen and the Rusty Spatulas off the road. That's how quickly it can all go wrong. But right now, it's going to be a case of, can you manage in a moment like this, just as rain has stopped and everyone is looking to try and get as much of this spray off as they possibly can. So now where are you going to find that chance? Now where are you going to be looking at saying, with an hour and 15, I need conditions to be just perfect, just peachy for me out there at this stage? I think that's what we're looking at right now. And so here for John Schwartz, this will be for a win. Delta Sports Sim Shop looking for a win. Nothing more, nothing less.
Exactly. That is what they want. That is what they need. That is what they are going for here. Schwartz in the lane, going behind Wawrowski in the GD Dynamics car. Round the outside. Great job getting the line down. And I believe this should be a slam dunk heading into Lecombe. Even if that Mercedes has been mighty fast for GD Dynamics. But there's absolutely nada that even the driver like Trevor Wawrowski can do in that situation when the car behind you is just that much faster on a straight line and getting that good of a run.
So Camden Craft in third, runs a little deep, and this again is going to be a chance here again for Petroziello to get in and say, look, I can find this move, I can find this opportunity, and right now it's just, no, I can't get there at the moment. This is a little bit too tough for the liking, and so you're starting to wonder whether there is going to be something that sits up and says, I can find the chance, I can find the placement, I can find a way through. Car stopped on the right though, that could be a safety car.
That absolutely could be. That is a stationary car of Dario Frattini, one of our LMP3 leaders. And they have a meatball flag. They have a mechanical flag on that car. It has sustained heavy damage. Now, fortunately, Frattini is able to get back going. And very smartly, as we see one of the prototypes going off at Van Chicane. Very smartly, Frattini was waiting at the side of the track, knowing that he has damage, knowing the car is going to be unsafe, wait for the queue to pass by. So if he does have a mishap, if he does have a spin with the damaged car, at least he's not spinning in front of anyone else.
No, that is true. So pulled it off to the side of the road to responsibly bring the car back. There is Solpeck with Stephen McDonald. Now, they are still threats in this race of Solpeck, and they are lightning fast as we take a look there. Going by iRacing, then goes the likes of what would be words here. I'm just starting to.
Oh no!
Whoa! McDonald's, just as we were saying it, is going to go off, but off the road.
Wow, but Stephen McDonald for Solpeck Precision Racing, take a bow on that save. That was absolutely brilliant, keeping it off the wall, even if he had to use just about all of the available racetrack in Spa and probably at Zolder too, just to pull that save off. Whew. So, Johannes Traubeten heading to a Rouge side by side with Andrei Rajkovic and pulls the pass off just about. Very brave indeed. We've seen that a couple of times today as well, Jake, haven't we?
We have. So an important move there, and Trauper can't really do too much about it. That was a well-crafted, well-constructed move, and so now we'll try and get back out there on the attack and say this is going to be the phase now which sees the move happen. So is this going to be more than that you get? Dan Griffin at 100 force, 3 wide there with Huizingbell trying to get the move sorted, and the answer to that is yes, it's there. And so a good pass then as Petroziello will ultimately lose out in that, or hold on at that point. Dan Griffin desperate to try and get themselves in. 100 force would love a win.
Yeah, they would, but everybody would love a win, and that's the problem in these situations when you got this battle pack. Like, everybody wants to win, it's obvious in racing, so who wants to win the most and who has the most drive, determination, and the skill to pull that off? Well, that's why we watch racing, but man, would it be great for them, especially here in Spa-Francorchamps. The season finale put on the most difficult conditions imaginable. Pouring rain, evening sun just starting to peek out in some of these pictures, reducing visibility, increasing glare, and then the promise of a drying track later on too, as Brandon Rosborough has now caught up to Ossi Peltola.
And now here comes the chance for a move. Outside line it's going to have to be. And now, how much are you going to be better on the brakes? I'll tell you what, he's not going to give it up, is Teemu Korhonen, but a great pass there to jump through. And Solpeck back in control, and faces hidden, but I would have surely have thought here, Ozzy, there would have been no reaction from Ossi Peltola on that.
No, absolutely not. I mean, just unfazed, realizing the situation, realizing what happens, being so stone-faced, so, okay, commentator's curse time, being so cool, calm, collected, and mistake-free so far. I know what I'm doing here. I know what I'm saying. I hope I'm not cursing them, but it's been so impressive to watch for a team that's been a little bit up and down this season, especially their LMP3 squad, but the LMP2s as well, as we see there. Peltola taking a very wide line over the curb, but is able to hold off for now. Interestingly, if he drops back from Roseboro, there is Kevin Crosney now 1.8 seconds away as we have a black flag for Leon Boeing.
Oh my, and that is going to be for moving under braking is the description for it. That will completely change the way that this race is going to hand itself out. So the championship leaders are going to get a penalty with 70 minutes remaining on the clock. Blocking / moving under braking, drive-through penalty for car 00. And as it would stand, when they take that penalty, Havu would have the championship in their hands.
Wow, so this is a lap of 2 halves for Havu. Kind of mixed feelings. On one hand, you lose the race lead, but on the other, will you gain a championship? What must they be thinking there in that Havu office in Vantaa, one of the biggest cities in Finland, really a suburb of Helsinki, near the airport, watching the planes fly and wondering if they too can soar high in the sky as championship winners at the end of the day, but they still have 70 minutes, nearly 1 hour and 10 left in this race to try and conquer. And they will still have to do their driver change too. Teemu Korhonen will have to get behind the wheel of that car after Ossi Peltola, who's done a brilliant job today. Meanwhile, watching the GT3 battles, here is Rudi Nöffel for Maniti Racing White, 4th currently in standings and chasing Erikki Laitala for the Finnish Endurance Academy.
So this is where you're looking at Manatee White. They've been behind the 8 ball all day, trying to get themselves back into position. And they know now that with the Finnish Endurance Academy just in front, a chance to get to 3rd. But M&J Downforce have been just a bit too good for them. But right now, being on the lead lap is huge in terms of the result that they are trying to unlock at this moment in time. Rudi Nöpfel is the driver currently behind the wheel, still trying to get that focus, working through then the tough Blanchimont corner, and so that is going to be all critical out there. Lots of gravel kick up still though, trying to get that big run out of the chicane. No, there is still one more stop left in GT3s.
Yep, they have about 1 hour. Meanwhile, Havu has taken the lead back in LMP2s overall. Just a side note, we're watching this battle still with Rudi Nöffel here in Maniti Racing Wide, trying to work his way past Erikki Laitala. Laitala in Porsche ahead of him in that Finnish Endurance Academy car, a familiar blue and white livery. Very unique amongst Finnish sim racing teams. Surely none of the other ones have a blue and white livery as we see in history. Almost half of them, of course, the flag colors being well represented. But here's Nöffel getting a great exit off Radion and potentially has a chance here into Le Pont.
Yeah, so here comes the look. We'll get the inside. He's just got to be braver on the brakes here, does Rudy, if he wants to get this sorted. So he'll clamber up along. Oh, wiggle on the brakes, caught the curb. And that's just going to be enough then. Rudi Nöpfel up to 3rd. And in comes Leon Boeing to serve the drive-through.
Yeah, and everything happening at this moment in time. Laitala just about to hold on, but he has even more pressure from behind from one of the GT3 pros, that is. Yes, indeed. So, having to fend off multiple attackers at the same time, keeping himself calm and collected he is, but not quite having the pace to match the leading trio, as we have a prototype in the wall, and we also have an LMP3 battle between Segerstrole of Havu, who goes round the outside at Fons, against Ryan O'Connor.
And we also have to note that Trevor Pavrovsky has dropped a lot of time on that last lap. So Is that maybe something related then that we hear at the moment? Sega Stroller now getting himself through, and I'm looking around, and it was a spin again for Favrovsky over at Blanchimont, I'm hearing. So that's going to be enough then for them to basically be 1.5 seconds ahead of the title at the moment, which is currently Hyperion. They are second and third. There is 8 points difference between second and third. They're behind Hyperion in the championship by 6 at GT Dynamics.
Wow, so now they need to find something. They need to find that race win. But the thing is, Pavlovsky spin in the last lap in turn. Oh, going very wide, but just about able to hold on to it this time. Mind the incidents, Trevor, but he is pushing hard, and there's a reason he is, because the leader at the moment, as Dan Griffin goes out too, the leader at the moment in GT3 Pros, John Schwartz, is doing a 2:37.5. Before that, a 2:36. The second fastest car in that GT3 class, they're on high 38s, low 39s. He's lapping 2 seconds faster, over 2 seconds faster than anybody else in a GT3 car at Spa right now. John Schwartz is putting on an absolute masterclass in the rain at this moment.
And remember, this track is only going to get drier as it goes. Track is currently declared as lightly wet. When it hits very lightly wet, we call that crossover time. So they are looking at a circuit like this, and they will want a few puddles to go away and maybe a dry line to start forming so that they can go out there and be aggressive. Watch the times tumble and how critical it's going to be. A driver like John Schwartz now has time to react. He can look at 1 or 2 seconds worth of delta and say, look, I can go for it. And look at how quickly he's actually catching an LMP3 of Ailos Rdoks, the Greek.
Exactly, and that just goes to show you the kind of confidence that he has at his car in this moment. So, and that is not just any LMP3, mind you. That is Ailos Rdoks currently in second place in the Rdoks Setup Shop 164, a 2:38.8 last time around, and in turn, John Schwartz a 2:37. He's lapping faster than prototypes, and just, yeah, I know, rainy conditions, but goes to show you what Schwartz is doing is extraordinary right now, and the way he's doing in that calm, collected fashion, tiny corrections, and even there, he had to correct the car at full power at the exit of the corner, and does it like he was turning a shopping cart around the corner in your local grocery store.
Well, that's all well and good for John Schwartz at the moment. Team Hoisingveld currently in position for what they want out of this championship, which is 600 points out of 600. There is Petroziello, who needs to find a way to get by Hyperion, to get by GT Dynamics right now, who are second, third, and fourth as they land on the road. The Jens Brothers competition team right now are in 9th place on 42 points. They would currently give away 47. That's Firefly iRacing Red through double gauche, limping about through the grass.
Yeah, Philip Eckert has had some troubles 2 laps behind the leaders. Meanwhile, here comes a battle of LMP2s. Leon Boeing trying to make up that lost time and absolutely sends it down the inside of Fan. Andrea Arnaboldi then of Absolute Motorsport Acelit, seeing that in the mirrors and probably thinking, right, I better get out of chase.
Well, the car they need to get by now is Absolute Motorsport Acelit, and so when you're turning around and looking at them here and saying, where do I have to be? The answer is, I've got to get myself up at least, bare minimum, to 7th place. So they are through on Absolute Motorsport Acelit. They've dealt with Liper Esports, and so currently in 8th place. They've got to get to 7th, behind Firefly. If they get to 7th, and Firefly have just got off the road at the final corner, and they've got to be very careful on the rejoin, as there is Ozzy Peltola dealing with what he needs to. You turn around, Havu need that place for the lead. If there is an extra place gained right now, Hyperion have also dropped a bit of time. Then Hyperion have dropped many places. Jens Brothers currently have championship lead.
Wow, 1 hour remaining. Here we see it, and Ossi Peltola coming to the Camel Straight. You see one of the prototypes just being outside of the track at Radion, but no harm done there. And you saw it at the bus stop earlier how different their lines were. Ossi was taking much tighter line on the second apex, and as a result of that, probably had to get off the throttle just a little bit. Brandon Roseborough opting for a different choice of lines through there, and you can see once again at the exit of Lecombe how Ossi is so much faster here in these medium speed corners, doesn't quite have the straight line speed, but is very fast here, and it counts too. But mind you, every move you make against Roseborough at this moment is an extra risk. It comes with an extra gamble, so to speak, because here is Kevin Crosney of Nürburgring Esports, and he's right behind Ossi. And if Ossi doesn't get a move on soon, then Kevin will.
Well, here's the issue for Nürburgring Esports. They're about to tick over with an hour to go, and no matter which way you cut it, you've made 75% of race distance from this point onwards. So Nürburgring Esports now realise they're out of the championship picture with an hour to go, so they can only race for the victory and affect what happens up at the top. A little wiggle. Do they want their German compatriot team over at what will be the Jens brothers to pick it up, or are they going to want to have a good charge to go on by? I do want to also note that it's staying busy for title picture in GT3 Pro, so keep an eye on that between Kraft and Petroziello, who are out there, and still as well Berenhuel, who walks into today at 17 points back and will need a bit of gap. So talking about 17, they probably need GT Dynamics to finish second, and then they'll be on a tie of points, and then Huysingveld and Hyperion back further of that. There again is Ozzy Peltola close.
Yeah, and teammates watching from the other side of the room as Ossi Peltola fights for the class lead, for the second place too, just trying to hold off Kevin Crosney, and just about does so into La Source, being a little bit, I wouldn't say naughty, but very adamant about his point. He made his point there, let's put it that way. You're not coming past.
No, exactly. You're not getting through. Not like this. Not right now. And I'm just taking a look at the point situation at GT3 Pro. So if this is a case where Fast Repair can win, GT Dynamics are second, and it's going to be Hyperion and Huysingveld third and fourth, then it would be on countback. It would be won by Fast Repair, but they've got to catch up to Delta Sport, and they're not going to do that. Round the outside, Kevin Crosney getting a great move. Back to third for Ozzy Peltola now.
Ossi tried to squeeze him out, all that's word, but Kevin Crosney, in turn, it was his turn to say no. It was his turn to say, look, I am taking that position. Whether you like it or not, I can take it the easy way or I can take it the hard way. Opting for, well, not the hardest possible way, but still pretty much forceful move into Lecombe. Very clean, very fair though, very well done for Kevin Crosney. And now 1.4 seconds between him and Solbeck Precision Racing, between him and Brandon Roseborough for the overall lead, as we move on to watch GT3s, who in turn have a little bit of contact, because why not?
Petroziello just wiggling off of the exit. I wouldn't have said contact between them, but it is close. Javi Berenhuel, that car's been around twice as Fast Repair. They have been dragging it back into position here, and if there's a team that's going to try and make it happen on strategy, you know it's Huysingveld who are there. If you're looking at pure pace right now, I think Javi Berenhuel is looking at these conditions and going, well, I want to be the uber aggressive one. And again, you can see just how much water gets kicked up. That's wide, and this is going to bring Berenhuel now side by side, and this is going to be brave. You're going to have to turn in at some point, and gets the lunge. Second part now into the pits. Final stop for Petroziello.
Last possible moment to make that stop. You have to be so very careful coming into the pit lane because of the white line rule. You can't cross over two wheels. Oh, that's Korhonen. Sorry, Peltola entering the pit lane. I was just about to say, you can't cross over. Now, was that over two wheels? More than two wheels over the white line.
And critically, they will look around at it and say, look, we didn't have a choice because of what Rudy Nerfel was on the outside after his mistake. We would have taken that line, but ultimately we had contact with the car in front. Here's the driver change. Out goes one, in goes the other. Seamless. Oh, shifting the seat in just a little bit more as well, and make sure it's all there and ready how you'd like it.
Exactly, they got that seat on rails, and they do look at his right hand. He's got that pedal adjustment as well. He's adjusting the pedals to his liking a little bit. It works electronically, so you can move them back and forth, and that is very useful, especially when Havu as an organization is going to various events, like various expos and stuff. You have people of various sizes and shapes who want to try sim racing, and you can just adjust it without having to bring out the old screwdriver each and every time.
Yeah, that's brilliant then in terms of them getting their stop, but I fear as well, with the track getting quicker, too early, they might need a splash and dash.
They might very well do, and I think that's calculated at this point, realizing that they do need to do that, but also they want to split the strategy potentially. Now, going into a different tire later on, wanting that change of tire later on in this race, who knows what's going to happen, and whether the penalty will wreck any hopes they have, the probable penalty that's going to come from that pit lane entry infringement, whether that will wreck their chances of the win and ultimately of the championship too. But it's been a race very exciting, and it continues to be a very exciting race here too for 6th in LMP2 Ligier Esports versus Absolute Motorsport A-Slit.
Yes, so this is going to be a very, very important phase here for every driver asking themselves the question, do I have enough on strategy to get there, yes or no? Dan Griffin now up into 5th position because Huysingveld and have made a stop. They've put Nicholas Hettiger, of course, into the car. So they've got Hettiger to bring the car home for Huysingveld now. So 100 Force looking around in 5th. They're trying to get back here to the likes of Fast Repair. Fast Repair wants to get to Hyperion. Hyperion to GT Dynamics. Delta Sport want to get out of the country with how far the gap is.
Yeah, at this point you just want to take the next flight right out and go wherever, somewhere else, please. Dan Griffin 1 second behind Javier Berenguel, and those guys just fighting each other tooth and nail. Here we see fight for the second place actually in LMP3 class with Jack Wilkins and Ryan O'Connor. No, sorry, Agilos Veretos and Jack Wilkins. Wilkins is a black flag. Yeah.
Yep, start infringement is what we're hearing. So as far as that goes on the last restart, Echelon in trouble, and they'll have a drive-through penalty that will cost them. Asumanyemi 3rd now at the moment, trying to eye up Nürburgring Esports to get up to 2nd in the black and orange as they try and figure out this scenario in front of them. And they're doing a great job of things right now. On the brakes, that's Berenguel, surely, who's up there in front of them now. So they're going to have to tiptoe their way around. And oh, it's a little bit of contact there. The GT's not going to move for you. You've got to find a way by safely. And again, Asumanyemi is going to have to be cautious about the way he goes by. And now we'll get the drive down the hill to Double Gauche.
Yeah, Tony there, a little bit used to perhaps how it operates on dry. That's quite one of the difficult things. We talked about it earlier in these rainy conditions, and look at that. Trevor Wawrowski, I think, ahead of them, having a bit of a moment. No, it wasn't Wawrowski, it was actually Hyperion Racing with Camden Craft.
Camden Craft then catching a little puddle, and that made all the difference. Stephen McDonald now trying to get by Dan van Zutphen out there, and Dan, who is racing it and repping it for the commentators. He's doing a brilliant job right now of holding this station up against Stephen McDonald. You look around and you talk about the caliber of driver he's got in his team. We know how good in GT Open Ryan van der Grijp is. So for Dan van Zutphen, this has been a very good drive here in these wet conditions. XPD LMP2 for the safety car infringement gets 60.
Yep. That's harsh for them. That's very, very, very unfortunate for that team. Meanwhile, they're side by side towards Blanchimont. Double contact here, and Leon Boeing has to give up that one against Kai Hitchler, who was taking no prisoners whatsoever through there. Slight wiggle under braking as well, just to make sure that Leon Boeing doesn't get back through. Oof, so we're starting to see it's been feisty racing all this while, but what I'm starting to see as someone who's been in these endurance races, you come to the last hour, you realize it's your last moment. It's very little is down to strategy anymore. Sure, you still have to do that splash and dash later on, but it's starting to be less and less about strategy. You know where you are track position-wise, you know who you're fighting, and then there's only one thing to do, which is to fight. And Toni Asumaniemi is doing exactly that against Kevin Crosney.
Oh, it's deep. That's deep. Asumaniemi's going to just about try and hold. Now you got to go the whole way around and try and cut back up and under. Nürburgring Esports are throwing their best blocking boots on, but BP aren't sitting back and saying nothing. Round the outside it will be to hold the defence. In through the corner, not good enough. Toni Asumaniemi up to second with BP Racing.
Toni, and BP Racing, they've been kinda anonymous for the start of this race. They haven't really featured as much in our screens as a lot of other teams, but as it comes down to the wire, and I was about to say that Asumaniemi makes a mistake and loses that position, they're still in the podium fight though. They're 6th in point standings at this moment, having taken 0 Pyong like Finland in Eurovision at that first race, and then starting to climb towards the later point of the season. They've been fast at points, and Asumaniemi wanting to remind us very much of what they're capable of here against Kevin Crosney, and this is all well and good from Brandon Rosborough here in the lead. Still only 1.2 seconds of a gap, but he's hearing and seeing in his mirrors how these guys are fighting and saying, look, let them fight.
Yeah, so Echelon, LMP3 up to second, but remember they got the penalty. Asumaniemi trying to find a way forward here, and Kevin Crosney is proving to be a very tough character to deal with. On the brakes they go, into the final chicane once again. No dice between them then as they figure it out. Roseborough struggling to get away, trying to find a way by Ryan O'Connor there in the Rdoks setup shop, that is there. So they are going to deal with all of that towards the end. 1.1 seconds now between the top 3 in class, and lest we forget, we've still got 1 pit stop to go here in this race. This one is going to be a real nail-biter in LMP2 for the victory. Title pretty much looking like Jens Brothers at the moment. All their rivals nowhere near, but right now it's about who is going to be in position by the time that the final hour rolls itself over.
Yeah, Kevin Crosney, Toni Asumaniemi. Oh, and here is Kai Hitzler around in the La Source corner, able to get that car, thankfully, back going. A lot of drama. Was just about to say, I was looking at the lap times once more here at our live time in Fury Sim Sport. The number 30 car with Adriano Di Chiara, then in 4th place overall. They've gone up 7 places from where they started, and they are currently lapping 1.6 seconds faster per lap than our leader, Solbeck.
Arnaboldi to the outside here against Leon Boeing, and that's going to be a move that puts Absolute Motorsport Acelith back down into 8th place right now. We're in the twilight zone at this moment in this one because they're racing down towards the sunset. Boeing trying to go around the outside of Bruchel. Is he going to be able to put the power down? Yes! Now he's going to have the inside. They lean on each other down into this next section. They got traffic in front. Look at that! Brilliant stuff. Andrea Arnaboldi holds on right in front of Dan Griffin. Now, can they use the GT to get the break? No. Wiggle through the middle, and now Leon Boeing is going to sit down and say, look, I've got the drive. I've got the drive. Now where am I going to go? There's no room at the end to get by them. Griffin lifts off onto the brakes, and critically, it's covered off the move.
Arnaboldi so brave round the outside. Leon Boeing just giving no space, and the inside trying to force Arnaboldi as far out of the track as possible without actually pushing him over the white line. And Arnaboldi still says, look, I'm gonna put the power down. I'm not gonna give you anything for free right now. And they are just butting heads against each other. And this is racing at its absolute finest. It's on the edge, it's hard, it's merciless, but it's so far clean. Very, very clean. They are dancing at the edge of disaster though, as Boeing loses a bit of ground over and around the Blanchimont corner. Arnaboldi getting a little bit further away now. There's a GT3 between them too, and that's gonna mean Leon Boeing coming into the pit lane. Yeah, taking that pit stop, realizing this is now the time.
45 minutes to go. This will be a full service to bring it back in then for the end of this race. Aston then looking to get a drive, and this will be around the traffic of Rdoks then. And here's something to note right now as far as this race goes. Solpec lead this one, but Team Huizinveld, the 148, we are 3 hours and 15 minutes into a 4-hour race, and the leading LMP3 is still on the leading lap.
Yeah. Overall, sure, we had our cautions, we had our safety car periods, but that still just goes to show you how difficult these conditions are. And taking nothing away from Team Huizinveld 148 to Fabian Sagman doing an excellent job in that car, just keeping the pace down. Remember, they are unable to do any big adjustments to aero, to anti-roll bars, to anything during the course of the race. So they would have looked at the forecast and said, right, we need a rainy weather, wet weather setup, and we need something we can hold on to for the duration of the race, as we have seen the rain now ending. Speaking of the rain, it's very, very light shower at most, and you can see that dry line now starting to emerge. It's emerging shy. It's like that boy who is going at the school dance, asking his crush for that one final slow dance. Emerging shy, but it's emerging regardless. There, that dry line on the surface of Spa-Francorchamps, that confidence it gives to the drivers, and maybe they can soon have that final dance here for the last 45 minutes.
At the moment, it's a case of who will get what they need out there. A date with destiny is on the cards, and Brandon Roseborough leading this field out right here with 44 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Is just managing his drive, and now will come into the pits then for his stop. He'll be immediately followed by Kevin Oh, there was contact. Aston and Di Chiara, as they were coming into the pits there, they had a massive checkup trying to get around Adrian Dietzel in the 149, and that has created a massive chain reaction as they went into the pits. It's getting chipper.
It is getting chipper, but the mood is not chipper in these cars, especially for Aston and Di Chiara. Havu had that pit lane error entering in. They had a very hairy moment there. Now Aston and Di Chiara falling foul of the pit lane entrance, potentially at least falling foul of each other. Let's see what happened here as we see BP Racing changing drivers. So here is BP Racing in the black and orange car, and just turning into the pit lane. Di Chiara was looking to the outside, already going into the pit lane. That's just two drivers unaware of their intentions. I'm sure Di Chiara would have waited a little bit had he known that Asumaniemi was coming into the pit lane too, but thankfully seems that no large harm was done. It was mostly a major scare rather than a major accident.
Teemu Kohonen behind the Jens Brothers competition team by a fair margin, who have also made their stops. So they are behind the 8 ball and behind by a fair margin. Long stops being taken here to get themselves then all done and away. Roseborough has returned to the race as leader out there and has done so with a comfortable gap. Dennis Vika, Esports Kesselchen, Nürburgring is backwards on cold tyres. He's the new driver in, and he has just tagged the wall.
Oh no, that's not what you wanna have happen. Not in the first corner, essentially going around La Source, cold tires, through a Rouge, to Radion. It's always so scary. Let's see what happens here. Is it just gonna understeer essentially in the first half, forcing an overcorrection? Yep, that's exactly what happened. Overcorrection in the middle of the corner and just slamming the wall as well. Now, it was a relatively small impact, but what concerns me about that for Nürburgring Esports Gesellschaft for Dennis Weike is that the impact was towards the rear corner of the car, and that's not the angle you want to hit those barriers with.
Hyperion GT3 have a penalty for minor contact responsibility. It's a drive-through. That will take about... Baron Huel behind spins!
Everything is happening. Everything is just happening. So that's a penalty for Camden Craft, and that's then a spinner behind for Javier Berengel. I think it was, yeah, Javier Berengel, Fast Repair Motorsports, spinning around at the exit of Fawn, able to get back going, just ahead then of another class car. No, that's another GT3 Pro and a prototype behind him, but crucially able to get back going after that spin. So here you can see a replay of that. Let's see what happened. Just, yeah, no grip in the middle of the corner, essentially getting on the wrong line, maybe getting on the power too early, maybe a mental lapse, something happened. Very unusual spot to have an error.
And Dan van Zutphen there moves up into 5th position with that pass there, just about managing that one as that was off the road for, I think, Dan Griffin there at Blanchimont corner. He got a full spin on and went through the gravel and had to do everything, I mean everything, in his power to keep that pointing the right way.
Yeah, so let's see what happened here. Dan Griffin then coming towards Blanchimont. The fast left-hander in these conditions, so tricky. And yeah, just too fast into the bend, essentially. You turn into the corner, the rear saying, no chance you're gonna get that turned in. And as you said, Jake, doing everything and then some in his power to keep it pointing out of that wall, to keep it out of the wall first and foremost, and to not have it dig in and go for a roll like we've seen earlier in this race.
Now, critically, the Hyperion penalty has been rescinded at the moment by the looks of things, so obviously it might be under review at this moment in time. So Dan Griffin in 6th position will look around and be okay, but for the moment, Camden Craft still has a chance here, but that gap is opening. It's 6.3 seconds at the moment to GT Dynamics, who have the championship in their hands. At the moment, walked into today 3rd and have a chance to come out as champions here in GT3 Pro. Croft off the road though, and he's going to have to take a long road to get back onto circuit.
Yeah, look at him just avoiding all those puddles, every hazard that is right next to that curb, just realizing he's going to have to forget everything about taking Pujon with any sort of grace. So Camden Craft thankfully able to save that, but just goes to show you, anytime we start talking about standings, we start talking about potential end results, this race throws another surprise right at your face. Camden Craft then able to survive that one. Let's see if he is able to survive many more of those, as we are watching a replay of onboard Dan Griffin in the 100 force car, and just prototype getting very sideways indeed, just ahead of him. Well saved.
And what you saw as well, at exactly the same time, the lights came on inside the car, which indicates with the headlights on that it's too dark right now to not have them available. So everyone's going to be in night mode for the final 40 minutes of this race. Dan Griffin here is staring down Dan van Zutphen and not really finding anything much out of this. Happy to take another lap around and happy with the way that this result is going at the moment. This has been as tough can be for every single competitor here. You don't get tougher sim racing fields like this. You don't get tougher conditions like this. For a championship decider, you could almost say it's cruel what they've had to try and go through. But you can't say that whoever comes out as champion in the 4 categories hasn't earned it.
Exactly. You had to fight through all season. This is round number 6 of this grueling season across the challenges, and then it throws a grand finale at you right at the end of the Sports Car Championship. You went through Portimao, Barcelona, Manicou, Misano, Jerez, and then Spa-Francorchamps in the rain for the season finale. And here is Dan Griffin, one of these drivers who is just trying to hold on to his position. He is fighting against Dan van Zutphen. Let's see if this pass is one and done, or if there's going to be a counter-attack from Griffin. It is.
It's Dan and Dan out there in a scrap, and here comes Dan Griffin on Dan van Zutphen, trying to get it sorted, trying to be light, trying to be nimble. He's got one less A in his first name. That might have been all the difference needed there in terms of weight in the car. Easy done on Dan van Zutphen. It had to take as much work as possible, but look at that dry line. It's inviting in various corners now for maybe a dry tyre.
Well, Scissor Sisters made a song once that became an international hit some 15 years ago, but these guys, sure, they feel like they're dancing.
They very much are, and Camden Craft here in 3rd. I think if they want to win this one, Hyperion, they've got to go to a dry tyre. I think that's their only shot of taking the title. They're now 10 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, and who makes that crossover at the right point? Remember that there's gonna be a lot of water, standing water at the last source, especially on the pit lane, and we get a caution in this economy at this time in the race.
Wow, that has just thrown it as late can be. I am shocked, I am staggered to see a caution at this stage, a 5th caution of the race, and it makes all the difference out there. I'm trying to work out why we have this caution out there. I haven't seen a car off the road, but that is late, and it's going to be tough to throw. I do note the Finnish Endurance Academy white team down in the pits right now, so I wonder whether they've been caught up in something.
They do have a meatball flag as well, so yeah, they have a technical flag, so it's the 377 Finnish Endurance Academy white Juho Salminen, so it wasn't a debris caution and an invisible caution. Let's keep those overseas, a very real one that is going to throw yet another wrench in the works with this one, and it's in Pujon, just going wide over the curb, and just a learning moment for Juho Salminen, and unfortunately going all the way to the wall, and you can already see how the right rear suspension has collapsed, and that car's going nowhere.
So, anyone who needs a pit stop now is going to be desperate for one for position. This might even be the one safety car where Havu take a sip of fuel and gain their track position back.
Exactly that, and they are gonna be discussing these possibilities too, and it gives them a new lease of life, Jake, at this moment in time. Teemu Korhonen, we see him sitting there, and we see him just pondering, considering his options. Nothing he can do yet, but there is conversation between Johannes Vahala and teammate as well, Otto Hietala, who did so brilliantly during the first Ossi Hietala, sorry, in the first 3 hours of this event. Man's done so well, and I can't even get his name right.
Yeah, he did so well, did Ozzy Peltola, to hold himself steady, but now is the all-important moment here as we find ourselves under our 5th caution of this race. It is at a point where everyone can now put their strategy on the board. It's Solpek from Fury from BP at the front, but they will look at this and say, well, we've held out for this moment, we've held out for the position, and we're going to go and take it. Team Huisingveld, I think, we're waiting for their final stop as well, the 148. They are going to be happy, well, were going to be happy, but now they're going to have rivals behind them to try and stop their 6 out of 6. GT3 Pro, Delta Sports Sim Shop will be the ones who will be kicking themselves. They had over 20 seconds worth of lead with John Short. Oh, and there goes one, I think that's Vetsig. Then who's gone around then underneath trying to chase back up after the waiver rounds have gone on through. So that's a big hit. Sorry, I correct myself. Franz Schopp is the driver who goes around there. He was in the German SimRacing red car. Of course, his teammate was Lars Vetsig. It's so easily done when you go around like that. He's nosed it in for the AMG Mercedes, and they'll have a lot of work to do to get back. And critically, overtaking under yellow, he would have been off the circuit in an incident, so he would have been allowed to have been overtaken on that front, and he's not allowed to gain those places back. Trevor will have to get his driver change done now for Ross Booth, who will have to go into the car cold, with cold tyres, get them up to speed, and fight in the final stages of this race to get the car home. I would turn around and look at that here for GT Dynamics as a very pivotal moment in this race. Hyperion have been given life to attack, and you'd argue as well with where the stop's going to be that Team Huisingveld are going to be very happy with where they are as well. It looks like Löbergren Klöstertal and Luka Domko will have to enter a closed pit, so they're going to be in trouble. But for the moment, I sit down and I say this with a lot of excitedness at this phase of the racing that we've got now, Ozzy. This is going to come down after all these 4-hour races, these 23 hours worth of running in this championship. It will come down to a 40-minute sprint for some titles.
Exactly, and just a notification from race control. All penalties from this point on will be post-race penalties, including the appeals. So no in-race penalties from this moment onwards. We are getting a fantastic championship fight here, though, and I hope it doesn't come down to the penalties. We see a drying track, we see drivers gambling with the conditions, but crucially at this moment in time, getting outside of that dry line is going to be so risky. So overtaking comes with even more extra risk than it usually does.
Well, take a breath. They're still waiting for those calls on strategy. We still look around and I would say GT Dynamics, they need to be in like yesterday, and Bobrovsky is still in the car. Tommy Kaliakayala will enter the pits, but for Trevor Bobrovsky, I think he looks around at it and goes, well, we've got track position. We're just going to have to come in with everybody else. They will extend the safety car period out there, even though the lights are off of it, because everyone still has to make their way to the back of the train. So they're not going to send this one off into a safety car and just say, look, this is a quick caution. This is going to be a long, drawn-out caution.
Yeah, it's going to be a full caution, and drivers looking at the minutes, and they're looking at it anxiously. These laps behind the pace car, 4 minutes each. They are doing 4 minutes, 20 seconds, just about 4 minutes, even at the fastest. Even if the pace car is going as fast as it could, it is a long lap and it has to keep a certain speed. And each time they go around for a new lap, they watch the minutes disappear from the time remaining, from the lifeline that they've been given at this point. We got 29.5 minutes on the clock. We'll have around 25, maybe 21 minutes once this race gets going, and it's gonna be an absolute sprint, as you said, Czech, to the line. And it's gonna be a sprint for the championship as the sun is starting to shine on the face of these drivers here at Spa.
Well, the sun's starting to shine. I would say that the moonlight is out for those who need to try and prove what they are all about then in the final stages. Spa at night, when you go into it, is a very unique feeling at a circuit. It's like being back at a club circuit once again here, because there are no floodlights around this place. You are lit up only with the headlights you have in front of you, and that is all you have that separates you between good, great, or absolutely eternal.
Well, there are some lyrics I would like to quote that fit the situation perfectly now that you mentioned Moonlight. A Moonlight Shadow song, a cover of which made the rounds on the club circuit in 90s and 2000s. And well, there were riddles on Saturday night that were lost, and there were desperate fights talked about in that song, and it's gonna be a desperate fight to the line. From this moment onwards. This is a man, Adriano Di Chiara, Fury Sim Sport, who is someone I'm looking at with very much renewed curiosity, has done brilliantly in this race, was so fast in those slightly drying but still very wet conditions earlier, now finds himself in an excellent position. Who knows, to fight for the win in this race for Fury Sim Sport. It hasn't been the best of seasons. They got 3 0-point finishes, sitting at 11th place in the championship, but they were second in the opening round. So they have the pace. Now, can they showcase it tonight at Spa? Can they end their season not in a championship winning position, but with a race win?
Well, look at this. Everybody jumped, without the exception of Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen. Staying out goes Firefly. In will come Harvu, but out will stay Leipert. Out will stay Hyperion with Nick Mercer. Leon Boeing stays out. He did his pit stop a lap earlier and therefore got the jump over those who've come in. GT's coming in. Bobrovsky having to, of course, to get Ross Booth in the car for the fair share. And actually, I'd keep an eye on that fair share for GT Dynamics. Is 27 minutes enough?
That is a very good question. We are watching the choices here on the pit lane. This will be these will be crucial choices for these drivers. What will they do? Who will go for the dry? Who will stay on the wet? I would think that everybody goes on the dry tire at this moment in time. The track, it has come over to the crossover point. Very lightly wet. And yeah?
Ross Booth did 11 laps at the start of the race, right? So did 11 laps. The 11 laps is the fair share requirement that you've got to try and hit. So I look around at that and see Trevor Vorosky from basically the first safety car onwards is in. They think they're good on the number. I'm not sure.
It's nip and tuck in it. Racing drivers are like commentators in one sense. We have one thing in common, aside from liking racing, which is that we cannot do math. So, you know, it's one of those things where you just have to trust your calculations and prove that they are correct. And, well, what happens after the race will happen, but if 11 laps is the minimum share and he's done 11 laps, then he should be in the dry, so to speak. But we'll know that after the race. Certainly something that they will be looking at with somewhat of an anxious feel. And I'm seeing drivers looking around the track just occasionally, not shown in this picture, but looking around the track. Some drivers are having some moments behind the pace car, and I'm sure that's because of the wet track and just getting used to these dry tires that you suddenly put on underneath your car.
Well, here's the change. Nicholas Hettiger and Team Huisingveld lead in GT3 Pro. GT Dynamics are directly behind. Whoever finishes ahead between those two drivers will take the title of GT3 Pro. GT3 AM is at the moment in M&J downforce for Dash's hands. They know they can't retire the car from this race and lose out on their points. They're very happy with the position. Hyperion staying out are in third place. It's the only choice they've got with Mercer. Leon Boeing is in 5th place right now. So again, Nick Mercer's got to get by 2 cars, Dominic Hurl and Dennis Weaker, to go and get to the top and give Hyperion the overall championship victory in LMP2 crown.
Exactly. So that's the situation right now. They know of the situation. They've done the calculations. Now they have to execute. That's both the easiest and the hardest part of the entire mix. Easiest because it's very straightforward. You know exactly what you have to do. Go out there and do it. You've trained for it. You've practiced for it all season long. Sure, outside of the league races as well. All the practice sessions, all the training that you have to do in order to get yourself into this position, to get the setup just right, to improve your driving. And then now it's time to put all that into good use. But it's also the hardest because in these conditions, nothing ever comes easy, especially around this field. You're against the best drivers in the world, the best sim racing teams the world has to offer here in this championship, here in this Sim Racing Republic Sports Car Championship final round, and 20 minutes-ish left. So, Jake, it's going to be absolute cinema. I'm sorry for using so many memes, but that's just what it's going to be.
Well, there's one more lap behind the safety car, the lights are still on it. So I turn around, I look at this field, and I suddenly understand it's not just that. It's the fact that you'll be down to maybe 15 minutes, or actually 18, 17 minutes. It's about a 4.5 minute lap under pacing condition. So you've got 18 minutes to get it done, and you're talking about what are the moments that are going to make this championship. Huisingveld, for example, and GT Dynamics. You've got what is going on for Hyperion against the Jens brothers. You have got the likes, of course, unless we forget this, Team Huisingveld, who are third coming out of the pit stop there right now, Aussie. They've got to get by Echelon and Rdoks. If they do, they are going to be in a place where they do the immortal 600 points.
Exactly, and they are all on the same tire too. But Huisingveld 10, the 148, they have the brand new tire. They've taken new tires here in this last pit stop. A couple of laps old, 7 laps old tires on the cars in front of them. Will that give Fabian Siegmann the advantage that he needs? What will Niklas Hediger do? in the sister car, in the GT3 Pro. You can see the live standings here, calculated live as is, and as it currently stands, Jake, this would give the championship to Team Huizinckveld, who would go on to celebrate potentially a double here today, but we still got some racing to go, about 18 minutes left, and a lot of things can change.
That gap is 16 points. Remember, it's a 9-point gap between first and second. So if GT Dynamics go up, that's an 18-point swing. So you can see that, 16 points. You might think that's a lot of points. Where they are at the top of the field right now here, Ozzy, that's nothing.
Exactly. That's 2 positions, that's it. And you look at GT Dynamics here. They're looking at Team Huizinckveld, they're looking at the rear tail lights, and they realize...
End of line.
Wow.
It's the closed pit, they have to go to the back of the line to go forward. Hyperion, I look around where they're going to be, that's 11th place that they're going to fall down to here. That's 33 championship points for the Jens brothers. Right now, Hyperion need 27 points from where they are in 3rd position. So if they're 3rd, count back 27, 81, 71, 61, 51, 54 points. It would mean that in the final 18 minutes, Leon Boeing's got to find 6 places. He's got to get back up to 6th place. Sorry, he's got to find 5 spots.
Yeah, and those positions are not easy to come by at this point. Maybe earlier in the race you think, okay, I can do it with raw pace, I can do it with just taking a bit more risk when everybody's taking chances. Well, people are not taking chances rather with the rain, but right now everybody's gonna go flat out to the line. Nobody has to reserve or save anything. They will go as fast as they can. Those overtakes are very difficult to find, and once again, that situation that the racing line is dry, but outside of it you can see still puddles, you can still see spray. Those overtakes are gonna be very treacherous, each and every one of them. Something I gotta also mention, Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen and Firefly iRacing Silver at the top of your LMP2 field, overall field, still on wet tires.
I think we're going to get another lap behind the safety car here, and they're going to be looking around at this going, they've only got 14 minutes. Take another 14 minutes off of it. Remember, if it's dry running, that's the equivalent of 2 less laps to get it all done.
Exactly, and you have to get the tires back to conditions. The best chances to do those overtakes, to get those positions for him, then, well, that's gonna be right from the get-go, right early on with the cold tires, when people have to be a bit more careful and you have that pack forming up. You have to get that launch up top, Rouge, ready on. Get that launch onto the Camel Straight and then just absolutely send it. Go 3 wide, go 4 wide if you need to, but make sure that you don't make contact, and that's easier said than done.
So, at least 1 more lap behind the BMW M2 safety car. This is going to come down to a sprint of epic proportions here as they get the field all set up, in line and ready, with the end-of-line penalties having to be served. 5 spots needed for the Jens brothers to get the title away from Hyperion. That is only if you think that Hyperion stay in 3rd. They can be attacked by cars behind, like Lippert Esport, like Solpec Precision Racing. They need to get by cars like Firefly iRacing Silver and Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen, who lead this field in the number 87, who needed a retirement today from the Jens brothers and did not get it. This will be the last lap under caution. We will go back to green on the next lap. You turn around and say, right now, what a job Nicholas Hettiger has to do right now. Remember, he's out there on tyres that have been going since 57 minutes to go in his BMW. The Mercedes is there. You've got the likes of McDonald, Von Zutphen, Manatee Racing Black. Haven't given up hope here today, right now, down 28, but they don't have the drivers in line that they need to here as they now look to set up and build their margins up and split the classes and get the temperature in the tyres one final time.
Yeah, just wiggling around. You can see Dominic Hurl doing a very cautious job of it indeed. He's on and still, according to our information, the top 2 on the LMP2 field are on wet tires. So Nürburgring Esports, the 87 with Dennis Weike, and Firefly iRacing Silver with Dominic Hurdle. Those are the 2 cars on wet tires. Everybody from there on onwards with a brand new set of dries. So that too plays into the factor of how you warm up your tires. Those wet tires will have gone through a heat cycle. That means they have gone cold. They are used old wet tires that will still give you some grip outside of that optimal racing surface, but the dry tires will be faster than on the racing surface, but also much more treacherous if you have to go outside of the line. So a lot of things playing into the factor, playing into the consideration here. Nick Mercer finds himself in an excellent position to take the race win for Hyperion Racing. But don't forget about Liper, don't forget about Solpeck. Brandon Roseborough has been very rapid indeed right behind. It's an angry field of cars, Jake.
Leon, if you want to win this title, you've got to make 5 places. Harvu in a position where they can't really do much about it. It's all in the hands of Hyperion, who are naturally some of the best when it comes to LMP racing. And here in the LMP2s, they're proving that they are the team that needs to beat. It's simply one car over another right now. There's the standings as it looks. Hyperion would win by 17 points, but the Jens brothers can make places. Harvu out of the picture. Nürburgring Esports can't do anything more than they have done. They needed help to go their own way. It hasn't at this moment in time. And so now there is the calm before the proverbial storm. 14 minutes to decide the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. Now you start wondering, where's the nerves? How are the players of this race going to hold their hands late? Is perfection on the cards for Team Huizinveld? Are you seeing M&J Downforce for Dash have a run of dominance at the end in GT3 AM to take the championship the right way by winning the final round of the season? It all sets itself up. It all now comes down to this moment, and the pace under the control of Dennis Weike here, who looks around as Weike at the safety car, sees Dominic Hurl, the Austrian, behind, and then the mercurial Nick Mercer, who will be trying to get himself into play. Pace car comes in. They can't launch until the green flag drops, and so they wait for that to get through. Was Weike a little bit too quick there on the launch? Green flag in the air, and they are underway. 14 minutes left to decide the championship. We are off and going.
Looks clean so far on the braking to La Source, just Havu moving off the line a little bit.
Trouble already, and it is Harvu who are around. They tagged the car in front of them of XBD Racing. That's another car that's going to give the Jens brothers something to think about. Wonderful stuff right now in this championship. Now here comes the launch. It's going to be Hettiger now who's going to have to look behind. Trevor Vorovsky didn't get the greatest launch.
No, and you can see on the inside 10 moves behind and 3 wide for the race lead. Momentarily here in LMP2, Dominic Hurl 10 has held on to it. You got Dennis Weike then right behind, so Hurl has taken the race lead. What can Mercer do with those dry tires holding behind for now? The track is still very wet here at Lecombe.
Look at that, Ben Kirks getting all out of shape. That's going to leave the likes of Brandon Roseborough to go flying around the outside and put it up into 4th. It's wet v dry, side by side, 3 wide for the race lead. Then as they go, GT Dynamics are there, but it's going to be Solpeck making the move. There's contact. Stephen McDonald spins around off the road. It's going to go then, Huizinveld. It's GT Dynamics the lead.
Trevor Bobrowski able to just about avoid that spin, the 2 leaders taking each other out, and it is Bobrowski who is counting the points, counting the positions right now, and finds himself in the provisional championship lead with 12 minutes left.
Don't count out Hyperion either. They're 5th at the moment, or 4th actually, sorry, at the moment, and they're trying to get themselves in, because you've got Lucas Hofrichter in that group for M&J Downforce for Dash, who is there and are very happy with the way that this is going at the moment. So you're sitting down and saying for Derek Heiberger, just go, gain places, attack, That's what you got to do this late on in a race like this one. Suddenly you turn around at every other team and say, what do you have left? And points are going to matter more than meets the eye. I turn around and Hyperion LMP2 have just got a door of Solpec, and Solpec's around! Solpec got turned around by Hyperion. Heiberger has lost third.
Oh wow. Oh wow, that is massive, and Solpec are falling back the standings. Brandon Roseborough all the way down in 7th place and being chased by Hietala, Pederlin and Korhonen. Then in the Absolute Motorsport BP Racing Absolute Motorsport and Havu cars. Then next up in the queue, and you can see the replay here, Brandon Roseborough looking to the inside, and great move. And then is he gonna get tagged on the exit? Yes, he is. That's just Hyperion and Solpec coming together at bus stop.
Well, here's the thing. Jens brothers needed to get up to 6th. They are 7th right now. It's a case of 6th or 7th. Heiberger in 3rd. Now are going to have to be worried here on the brakes into turn 1. They're okay for the moment. They're stuck behind now. Here, the car in 2nd position overall. Team Heusingveld, your leaders, GT Dynamics, 1, 2 and 3 as they go. GT3 Pro, 4 points in it in favour of GT Dynamics. Up the hill they charge through Eau Rouge and Radion, and meanwhile through all of this, Fabian Siegmann is trying to line up Jack Wilkins for the overall lead, but he's gone wide, and Siegmann ultimately is going to drop the time.
Yeah, and see here in GT3 Pros, Heiberger Hyperion Racing now in 2nd place, right behind GT Dynamics. And mind you, you just saw the standings. What Trevor Wawrowski needs to do here in the lead with GT Dynamics right now, very simple. He needs to hold on to what he has. But look at that angry pack of cars with the lights spraying, casting their shadows outside of the track and casting the illumination in front of them. In that light, for one of them is a championship title. For the rest of them, the shadows.
Yeah, this is everything right now, and keep an eye out on what's going on here for Leiper Esports too, because there could be a move for position. There is also Dennis Weaker that you've got to keep in mind. Will the wet tyres be able to hold on? We're focused on the leader Wawrowski, but I think we've got to go here to this battle, because I think Nick Mercer's going to have to make a move here and give himself some security blanket. He doesn't want to be back in 4th. If he does, he'll lose the title. If he's 3rd, he's got it at the moment, but he's not got it by much, and that's critical. It's 1 point, the difference here. Here comes the look to the inside on Dennis Weaker. Can he lunge it down the inside here at the Lassos hairpin? 8:37 left on the clock. 3 wide, trying to push through the middle. Oh my goodness, what a move! Here comes the chance from Leipert. They've come from nowhere to make that move. That is pass of the season by Ben Cooks.
You are an absolute animal, Ben Cox, but can he hold on to it? Because Mercer now has the exit onto the Camel Straight, and he's gonna get the draft. And we saw how difficult it is to pass outside of that try line into La Source, leading into a 3 wide situation, and just about Ben Cox holding on to it, holding on to that 2nd place. What a move!
What a move, and what a moment. We will note that the result of LMP2 is provisional until we hear. That's Wawrowski off the road, a mistake that gives the lead over to Hyperion and Derek Heiberger. Trevor Wawrowski has made the mistake at Fania. We've seen it once, we've seen it twice with a spin today for GT Dynamics. Is the 3rd time, the 3rd strike, and he's out of luck. Brandon Roseborough now trying to move up for a top 5, trying to fight by XBD, not having any luck here through Double Gauche.
No, Roseborough 10 just trying to get that position. They're so close, they're not giving anything away for free. The gaps are getting smaller and smaller between each and every car. You do moves that you wouldn't even have considered 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. At this point, you have to go for every gap that you see, and Ben Cox, I must say, absolutely flying here on this drying track. Now get it to the inside.
Here's the trouble. Wet tyres are now not the tyre to be on, and they're side by side. Look at the desperation from Dominic Hurl. He will literally hurl everything out the back of his Dallara P217 to hold this, and he knows with 2:23 lap times, he's got a long way to go yet to keep these drivers behind. 1, 2, and 3 go into a line then, into the chicane, and he needs, oh no, there's trouble behind! Big smash up behind! Alberto Garcia Blasco is the one who ends up pointing backwards as he tangles with Dennis Weaker into the corner. It will promote drivers up, and critically, the Jens brothers in 5th now. They've got the title in their hands currently.
They got it so far. A lot of things can still happen. Are they gonna go for a repeat of the last lap? Nick Mercer here in 3rd. It's gonna be Ben Cox in 2nd, and Dominic Hurdle still holding on to that lead. What Dominic Hurdle needs to do here is hold on to that dry line to keep Ben Cox and Nick Mercer from using it. But that's using up his wet tires even more. He needs some moisture into those tires, and now gets the racing line is Ben Cox.
Yeah, this is critical. He's got the overlap, he's got the clearance along the straight. Now on the brakes, then trying around the outside. Goes Nick Mercer, he needs to get to the lead. He's pushed off the road. He has to abandon the ship. Now here comes the sole pet car of Roseborough. They're down to 4th. Desperation starting to tell here. Hyperion are seeing the title vanish before their eyes.
It's all going wrong for Hyperion Racing. You saw how gritty, how dirty the track surface is at the exit of Le Combe. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd position, it's still on. It's still Dominic Hurl somehow trying to hold on to that 2nd.
Oh no!
Oh no!
There's the contact! Mercer's held on to it! How on earth did he manage it?
Oh no!
Around the outside's gonna spin! He's off the road now! Back to 3rd now goes Hyperion! But Leon Boeing's in the Magic P4! He's safe!
He is safe. So far, so good. And he's just seeing all this madness unfolding ahead of him. Meanwhile, Nick Mercer somehow still right behind Dominic Hurl. And he needs to pass now. He needs to get the move done now. Because you can see Leiper 2.8 seconds, 3 seconds away, and he runs wide.
And there goes the moment of the championship. Leon Boeing and all rivals behind are not going to find a way through. The Jens brothers are 3rd. Now moves on to the wet part of the circuit to try and push into 2nd position. And they will get the parts done. And it is that ruthless ability to work on this is massive out there. This is going to be critical. Any drive-throughs are converted to a 20-second post-race penalty. Worth keeping in note of this. Roseborough now in 5th as they go, and do not count out in this race GT Dynamics. The gap is 0.6 of a second. Hoisingveld are on course to be immortal. They got through an echelon, but we've got to go to GT now because Trevor Wawrowski has decided he's going to lock in chat.
Yeah, he is, and when he locks in, there is nobody more dangerous you can have in your rearview mirrors. Hyperion Racing, for now, they have the title in hand, but this switch up, this change for Trevor Wawrowski, it would be absolutely everything. This is for the championship. Last minutes of the season, last laps of the season, and this is absolutely for the title between then Hyperion Racing, Derek Heiberger and GT Dynamics and Trevor Wawrowski.
Hoisingveld have faded here late in this race. Not enough drive then through the corners, and Wawrowski now. The gap 0.8 of a second here. Heiberger is just turning up the wick a little bit more. 2:29 on that last lap, played a 27.7. So it may have been a mistake from Heiberger that's brought this gap back. They've got 2 laps to figure this out between them. But for the moment, Trevor realizes he needs one puddle to be hit, but even they are evaporating at this point. Hyperion almost had 2 championships in the pocket. Right now they're on 1. Otto Heitler fighting then in the top right of the screen, and round you're going to see.
Round you go. Dominic Hurl is around. Meanwhile, championship implications. I'm looking at the race control notice board, Jake.
2-4-4 have been held to a 20-second penalty out there, and that could be all that she wrote. Heiberger may have the position on track, but Ozzy, if that's all correct, they're going to fall 20 seconds back, and GT Dynamics don't have to fight to win this. They just have to hold their place.
Exactly, and Trevor Wabrowski will be knowing this. You can see the pace slowing down behind. Derek Heiberger is having that penalty, so he has nothing to lose. He has to just to extend that gap, try and make as many positions as he can behind in order to have those 20 seconds pull him less down the field. But it's gonna be too little, too late, I fear, at this point, and Wabrowski 10. Now the challenge has changed from locking in and trying to take that win to just holding on to that car through these treacherous final 2 laps.
Oh, and a big wiggle from Derek there to go through. Talk about this for what is this championship as Miguel Vigo fights for 4th place and holds for the moment. Hoisingveld, for their perfection, have only got 9/10 of a second, so keep an eye on Fabian Siegmann and Jack Wilkins right now in their fight overall at this stage. 8 minutes to go. There are 2 championships being held by Hyperion. 6 minutes later, they've got nothing.
Exactly. That's how quick it can all change. That's how it can all turn from glory to shame. You can see the LMP3 live standings here. Team Hoisingveld are looking to do the invincibles. And last lap.
This is the last lap. Ben Kirks is going to cross the line in about 1 minute and 10 seconds time. He's been out there at the front. Lippert have built that gap by some truly audacious moves out there. And the way that Ben Kirks has responded to this for Lippert, they deserve this win out there today. They've driven simply majestically out there at this point. You turn around and say, who can manage what? Who can stand on top and say, what do I need? That was simply magnificent. There has been a change for second. Solpec are through on the Jens brothers, but the Jens brothers know they're ahead of where they need to be. The result won't matter. Out then of Stavolo corner, along to name after corner Paul Frere, which is this left-hand kink here. Ben Cooks and Lippert are going to know that today it might not be a championship, but they will know as they flash the lights through Blanchemont with one final braking zone to go. The win is going to be in their back pocket. Ben Cooks and Lippert Esports will come to the line and they will take the win. Second will be Solpec, but to the team in third because the Jens brothers are going to get their title and they led this one with perfect, as I must, Prostism at its absolute finest as they sort their battle out. Over to LMP3 will have to go because perfection is just a chicane away. They battle in front. Vika and also Dominic Hurl. Give yourself enough room. Vika will spin. Fabian Siegmann. Perfection for Team Hoisingveld. They will get their title the way that they knew that it was critical to do. Now the focus will go to GT3 Pro because the car on track will take the title were it not for 20 seconds worth of penalty that are in the back pocket and have to be looked at here in the final stages of this race. Trevor Wabrowski will know that Derek Heiberger and the Hyperion Racing team, they have held themselves to a wonderful account. But ultimately, when they had 8 minutes left, they had 2 titles. He'll cross the line and take the win on circuit, but they will cross the line with nothing because it will be GT Dynamics who, so long as their fair share is okay, and it looks like it is at 11 laps, they have absolutely nailed this one right down to the minutiae. Champions of GT as they go through, and the final weight is M&J Downforce for Dash right now because BP Racing 2 will take their category win, but it is that M&J Downforce team who are king of the AMs and saying they have got it all happy as they cross the line. Lucas Hofrichter and his team know they're champions, Aussie.
They absolutely are. It's a great, great feeling. Crossing the finish line, knowing that all that hard work. You started the season well in autumn. You practiced for it, you qualified for it, and you completed each and every round. And finally, at the end point of the season, you can look at your teammates in the face. You hear it in their voices. You see it in their faces. You can look at them. You can meet them back and saying, look, we are the champions. We've done it. We've done exactly what we hoped for in our wildest dreams this season. And for each and every one of the squads, who leave here, who leave Spa-Francorchamps with a championship title and with a race win, I say well done, congratulations. And just one thing from experience, two things actually. Don't forget this moment. And by that I mean don't drink yourself into a coma and forget this moment. And the second thing, remember to enjoy this moment.
What a day this has been for many, if not all, drivers out there. A championship final worthy of its name, through rain into dry. 4 hours of the most hard-fought racing out there, and through all of it, some of the most brilliant memories. Let's run through an unofficial classified results. We will understand the official classified results later on when all penalties have been applied. Ligier Esports, though, have won this race, and they have done so through 4 hours of truly hard-fought graft to go and get this done. 4 hours and 28 seconds. They win by 5.6 over Solpec Precision Racing's. Your champions are the Jens Brothers competition team. They finish off in third, and that is good enough to get them over the line. Hyperion will be fourth, and disappointed that it came to that late, with BP Racing fifth and XPD Racing LMP2 MX in sixth position. Fury Simsport and Firefly E-Racing Silver are seventh and eighth, with Absolute Motorsport Acelith ninth, and with about an hour and a half to go, Harvu had a chance. They could only find the top 10 out there. Over the page, it will be to Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen, who dropped like a stone, and one retiree from that category being Fast Repair Motorsports. Over to LMP3 with Ozzy.
Yes, and here in the LMP3, it was absolute perfection. Immortals, Invincibles, Team Huizinckveld, writing their names in SimRacing history books. Their LMP3 squad couldn't be beaten once, and that is a massive credit and a massive congratulations to the entire team. Fabian Siegmann, Marcel Thier, Jan Sendkowski, Simon Graf, Philippe Peresville and Martin Schmid, all of them competing a wonderful season. Topping it off with a race win here ahead of Echelon Sim Sports LMP3, and for the first time since season opener at Portimao, it's the Havu LMP3 team returning to the podium with a third place. Rdoks setup shop 162 in fourth, it's TSR Racing in fifth, and Team Huizinckveld's sister team 149 in sixth place. Rdoks 164 in seventh, SD Corse in eighth, Rusty Spatulas in 9th, and 10 it's classified as retired for the Bonkasaurus team. Sadly, so they were out. And in GT3 Pro, I do believe it looks as follows, Jake.
It does. Hyperion Racing may get the victory on track, but the critical matter of fact is it's all about GT Dynamics, who have been unpenalized all season through the way that they have driven, and so because they have been able to keep themselves out of trouble, it's their title that they end up taking with the second place, which will be promoted to a first. 100 Force will finish third, with Manatee Racing Black in fourth. Hyperion's 20 seconds, they'll be promoted onto the podium, as Solpec Precision Racing will be fifth, and Team Huizinckveld in sixth position. You then got Fast Repair as the last car on the lead lap, with German SimRacing Red and Negative Delta by SimGear.it. Delta Sports Sim Shop then are the car 2 laps down in 10th position. We will look over the page because this has been a big category to go and sort out here in GT3 Pro, where Firefly E-Racing Red and Nürburgring Esports are 11th and 12th, and Gnosis Esports then follow Stint 1 Motorsport SCC, who are the first of 3 retirements from the category, including Fast Repair Motorsport and XPD Racing GT3 MX. Over to Ozzy now with GT3 AM.
And in there, it was the fastest team today, BP Racing 2, taking the win here at Spa. But your champions, M&J Downforce 4 Dash, finishing just 12 seconds behind. And you can see the calamity. You got a podium one lap down, Manatee Racing White take nothing away from them. However, great drive, finishing on the podium in the last race of the championship. Finnish Endurance Academy, then 4th, Manatee Racing Purple, 5th, Echelon SimSport GT3M, 6th, and Jens Brothers Competition in 7th. A lot of drama then for the GT3Ms, but wow, I think we've heard a lot from us, Jake. We heard a lot from us. How about we next hear from the guys who did all the hard work today?
Absolutely. Race winners were Lippert Esports. Ben Cooks is here along with us. Ben, first and foremost, the move of the season comes along right now at this moment, and I think we've got it on screen. You pin it through the middle, off the exit of La Source to get yourself up 2 places. How critical in the final stages was it for you to just take the opportunities that presented themselves to you?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really have words for that. It was just a sprint in the end, and yeah, I don't know. It was just try everything, and yeah, in the end it worked, and I'm super happy.
Well, talk us through the season, because this has been a long slog of a run, up and down through 6 races, through 4-hour events each time. You've effectively raced once around the clock over the course of those months. How tough has it been for the team at Lippert, the ups, the downs, and how good is it to finally come away with a victory?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the season was not that easy for Lippert, and before the race we were last, so we knew we go into the race and just have fun, give everything, try something, and yeah, in the end it worked out. We made the right call there, and yeah, we are super happy. Super good result for the team, and I think that gives us even more motivation for the next season ahead.
Right. Next season, of course, there's a long wait for it. How are you looking to try and get yourself ready and in shape for it? And how is Lippert looking at this, trying to tackle this LMP2? Does this result now give you confidence to go fight as well in other championships as well as this one?
Yes, definitely. I mean, you can see with the result today that if you just try to have fun, try some things, you can achieve everything. I mean, this race was not going our direction, to be honest. And then with the last safety car, before we went onto the dry tires, it was really tough. I think I spun twice. And yeah, in the end, it was perfect. So it definitely gives us some confidence. And yeah, we're just super excited.
Well, we'll go and let you celebrate your victory. Ben Cooks then joining us from Lippert Esports here today, walking down the paddock where we were going to have a chance to talk to Henry Parala, who was the winner in category. We will, though, instead hand over to Ossian Puhaka, who has stood by with the Jens Brothers competition team, who have won their title with Maximilian Meyer.
First of all, congratulations to the entire team, Maximilian. Congratulations to you as well, you and Leon Boeing. But I gotta ask you, first of all, when you were heading for that last stint, when it was 17 minutes left and you were right on the back of the queue, and you saw the guys leapfrogging you in the championship, how did it feel, and how much of a roller coaster was that last stint?
Well, to be honest, the last stint, I was pretty okay with the end of line. A drive-through would have been way more painful if we got that. So I knew with the guys staying out on the wet tires that they should come towards us. So I was thinking like Hyperion, they should drop enough for us that we just have to worry about Havu, which was starting right in front of us. So I was feeling pretty okay if Leon didn't make any mistakes. So I was like hoping, please don't touch any wet lines, please. And he didn't. He did an amazing job and just picked them up left, right, and center when the others made the mistakes. And yeah, it worked out. What a stressful day. I think I lost 20 years today.
No wonder. Talking to you as somebody who has lost his hair as a sim racer, I know that feeling exactly. Talk us through your season. Jens Brothers competition, your season didn't start off in the best ways at Portimao, but then you had a string of amazing results. And you had that second place in the second round, 10-2 wins on the trot. Barcelona second place, Manikou victory, Misano victory. At that point, did you gain some confidence at that point? Did you make some changes to the team, the way you approached the races, or was it just a learning process?
Well, to be fair, we approached the season at the beginning like we knew how good the whole LMP2 field was, so we were like, let's see where we stack up. At the end of the day, we were like, maybe a few podiums, maybe the other win there. But our goal at the beginning of the season was like, okay, we will fight for the championship because we knew about the strength of our competitors. And the first race, we were like, okay, we had good pace, made some errors that were unfortunate, but we learned from them. And yeah, since Barcelona, I think we made a great job. Until today, we didn't make such a great job, but it worked out today, luckily. I mean, we haven't had any investigation going against us in terms of penalties until today and after the first round, so yeah. I'm just happy that we saw the checkered flag today, and what a year. And also, hats off to the whole organization of the league. It was such a great season, and every race was such a roller coaster of emotions that it made a lot of fun. So also to you guys, always, I think the broadcasts were also great to watch afterwards. Had a lot of fun listening to you and recapping the whole race again.
Well, the pleasure was certainly ours, and just once more congratulations, Max Meyer, to Leon Boeing. Send him our congratulations as well for the entire team. Kimon Sapini to racing with you guys, at least on the entrance. And well, if there's anything you would like to add, then feel free to do so. Congratulations, Leon.
Yeah, thank you guys. I will give all my teammates your regards, and yeah, also shout out as well to Kimon, who could only race the first round with us because of some trouble with his wheels, but he always helped us with setups and strategy. So he has also a big part in this championship, and as well Leon. I mean, he's such a great teammate to work with. I mean, just the last stint, I mean, the pressure was on him the whole time and he didn't make a mistake. As well as last time out at Jerez, I mean, the whole championship thing would have been easier without the last safety car at Jerez, where we lost a potential win there, unfortunately. But also there, I mean, we started 9th at a track where you couldn't overtake, and he just kept his cool and gave us a 5th place finish that helped us today a lot, I think. Yeah, so again, was a great season, and looking forward to be back the next one.
We are looking forward to you being back too. That was Maximilian Meyer with the Jens Perers competition. Your LMP2 champions for this season. And from champions, we move on to perfection with Jake Sperry, who knows a thing or two about that.
Well, it helps if I unmute my microphone first and foremost. Right, these two have been absolutely fantastic in terms of this season. They have got themselves one of the most amazing accolades in sim racing. Gentlemen, 6 races, 6 wins, maximum points. Today, you had to earn it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, today was challenging, at least. Martin did a great job in the opening stint. Then when it started to rain, I took over, but somehow the pace was just not really there. I think at times we lost 2 or 3 seconds to the fastest guys per lap. So it was really the cautions that brought us in the game every time, and we were watching the radar for the whole race, hoping that the rain will clear up in the end, and eventually it did. So for us it was really good that we had a few laps of slicks in the end, because we could decide the race there in our favor.
Martin, just talk us through trying to deal with the wet conditions out there, especially through the early stages, and having a car that, by the sounds of things, was set up more to the dry.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Firstly, it was a very difficult stint, especially when the rain really started. Like the first few laps were like almost dry racing, so it was kind of keeping the balance between getting in the pace that was still in the track, but still like don't overdrive the car and get caught in like a wet spot kind of thing. Later, it was really sketchy to drive until the first caution came, which caught us a little off guard. We went different to all of the other LMP3 cars, which unfortunately didn't pay off. So we had to get through the whole GT3 field again. So, but Fabian did a really great job. So, yeah, that's basically what I could tell you about that.
Well, in terms of a season like this, often we go through it and go, well, how are you going to look at next season? What do you think you can improve on? There's not really much to improve on when you're perfect over a course of a season like this. But Fabian, as far as this team goes at Team Hoisingveld, this has been a team that has built itself together over a number of years, successful in the GT3 sphere, then having the confidence to jump into the LMP sphere, and here in the LMP3, absolutely owning it here today. In terms of what this championship has meant, where does it stand in your sim racing career, the ability to get 6 out of 6 wins here in the SportsCar, in the Sim Racing Republic SportsCar Championship?
Yeah, for me, that's very great. Especially today, knowing that with the weather chaos, knowing that whatever happens, we are champions anyway. So that was a really nice feeling. But nevertheless, as you said, we really wanted to make it 6 out of 6. I don't think you get a chance very often. So yeah, I'm super proud of what we did as a team. In terms of what comes next, I don't know. I think we are happy with the LMP3 as a car, but we are also looking at the next obvious steps. Yeah, so maybe LMP2 might be an option, but I don't know. For now, we will just celebrate, and then we will come together and talk about next season. But one thing is for sure, that we will come back. So yeah, maybe at this point I can also say thank you very much to Maximilian, Fritz, and all the other organizers. I think the series has really grown into a very mature version. Now the first real year, this year, and yeah, we really enjoyed it. So we will come back for sure.
What a brilliant bit of racing we have seen over the course of 6 great rounds there. Hoisingveld with all 6 there. Fabian Siegmann and Martin Schmid there joining us and having the ability. Ozzy has walked down the paddock and he has got a very jubilant Ross Booth and also Trevor Vavrovsky.
Okay, so here we are with the GT Dynamics guys. Ross Booth, Trevor Vavrovsky, and Trevor, I spent so much time in the broadcast talking about you, talking about your exploits, that I'm gonna start with Ross this time around. So Ross Booth, championship done and dusted, and well, it didn't come easy in the last round, did it?
Certainly did not. The whole season's been up and down. It was a great fight with basically the top half of the GT3 field could have won the championship today, and just happy to be sitting here talking with you guys.
No, I believe so. And Trevor, meanwhile, Trevor Vavrovsky. I'm not sure how many times we said your name during this broadcast. How was it out there in the pouring rain at Spa? It looked at times absolutely terrifying, and at other times slightly worse.
Yeah, no, I'm sure I gave plenty to talk about. I think I about threw this race away about 6 times or so. What an absolute handful to drive. I think, you know, I alternated times telling Ross like, oh hey, the car's found its groove, we're doing okay, to this thing is broken, there's something fundamentally wrong with our car, I'm dying every time I take a fast corner. So it was not the most pleasant of drives, but as someone who loves the rain, I was looking forward to it until we got there, and yeah, it was very tricky.
Yeah, I know that feel. I absolutely do know that feel. How was it watching, Ross? Just you know, tell us actually tell us about, let's talk about GT Dynamics in general and talk about your teamwork, the spotting, that everything that goes down to a championship victory. Because it's not just about the last race at Spa, it's not just about even all the races combined. There's a lot more that goes into it.
Yeah, GT Dynamics is new in the last year or so. We're a small team of 6 guys. We've committed to running the Mercedes and figuring out all its quirks and what it's good at, what it's not good at, and come to the conclusion it's average at everything. So makes for a good car over the long run of a season. But, you know, our success today comes down to the hard work in between rounds, practicing, and not just whoever's driving the car for the race. Everyone on our team is committed to helping everyone get better, whether it's driving inputs or just making the car feel more comfortable for us out there. Car was a bit of a handful at times, like Trevor was saying today, but we were able to do some things with the in-car adjustments and things on pit road to make it better for him. Trevor drove, I guess, 90% of the race today, so it was awesome to see, and it was very nerve-wracking to watch. And Trevor, I was having a heart attack about every other lap, so thank you.
Yeah, I was about to ask about the drive time regulations, because according to our calculations, and we know racing drivers are great at many things, maths not being one of them. So just how tight was it? Were you absolutely sure near the end that, okay, we got the championship wrapped up, do we have the drive time wrapped up?
Yeah, you know, the league uses the iRacing fair share. And we had known or knew going into here that the pace was going to be significantly slower, so the amount of laps was going to be a lot less than if it was dry. But yeah, it was close, very close.
Yeah, one more question before I let you go, Trevor Waworski. We've seen you on multiple broadcasts that I've had the pleasure of doing as well. Now you are a champion. What comes next to you guys? Actually, to both of you guys, GT Dynamics, yourself as a driver, as well as the entire team.
I mean, I think we found a really fun league here. I think Max and all the admins over there do a really good job. And the competition is clearly close. And it's very fun. It's very tight racing. So I mean, we'll definitely be coming back here and trying to do this again. Yeah, you know, I think I'm probably going to try and get a few of the other drivers that weren't able to run this year, probably try and get them in a little bit more. And yeah, I was happy that I could just help out and secure this one as much as I could. I got to contribute at some point. No, yeah, it's more of the same, more Mercedes more than likely, and more SRR. It was a blast this year. We don't plan on going anywhere.
Well, that long nose of the Merc has found itself another hood ornament, and that ornament is a championship title for GT Dynamics. Congratulations, Ross Booth. Congratulations, Trevor Waworski, the entire team there at GT Dynamics. If there's anyone you would like to give a shout out to, now's the chance.
Yeah, just big shout out to Muradness for supplying our team with the Aura Pro racing gloves. iRace Planner for helping us keeping organized and that drive time perfectly calculated, and Booth Automotive for all their support. And just a big shout out to all the guys at GT Dynamics, Nick, Trevor, Skylar, Mike, Rob. Appreciate all of their efforts through this really long season, and it paid off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Now go and enjoy that title. And that, I believe, Jake, concludes the interview. So let's get back to you in the booth. I believe you have found yourself in the warm confinements already, instead of this breezy, still quite bitterly cold pit lane.
Yes, and what a wonderful day's worth of racing that has turned tonight, as we now say it's the end of the season here for the SportsCar, for the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks. But by no stretch of the imagination are we done with this series, because of course there are 3 championships that will be coming along for 2026, 2027, including the first of them being the GT Open, which will be around in June for registration for the first race in July. It got Track Sport, which will start in August, or will start in the September, the first round of the championship, and same can be said as well for the SportsCar Championship, which will both be excellent. Massive thank you to the team who has brought this show over to you today. From Ossian Puhaka, from Christian Deploy, and from Dougie Beard. My name, of course, is Jake Sperry on this Genesis Extreme production. There are great races coming along on a championship Saturday and Sunday, because you've got the likes of Mexico City tomorrow for Classic Lotus Grand Prix action, and then the Porsche's Owners Club will be in for action on the 10th of March, or the 9th of March, depending on where you are, from Sebring. The Grand Prix Tour will be back for round 2 of the championship from Mugello, and that will look to be an interesting fight between those at the top there. And on Porsche's YouTube and Twitch channels, you can catch the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup North America as the road to the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup begins on Wednesday/Thursday over at the Sebring International Raceway on the 18th/19th. A massive day it will be for those who knew the titles needed to be picked up. M&J had themselves the day that they wanted. Just finding the finish, knowing the points were there and responsible. You turn around and look at a day of perfection for Huysingveld in the LMP3 category, a feat that cannot be replicated. When you turn around and say that the Jens brothers had to be Proustian about things in the final stages, find the places that come to them, from back of the field to third in 15 minutes, more than what meets the eye in that result. But critically, as far as today has looked, as far as a championship goes, Hyperion will be the unlucky losers of this one. A 20-second penalty says it's GT Dynamics on top of GT3 Pro for wonderful winners of 4 brilliant championships, and we'll do it all again. Next year's battle will soon commence. So thank you so much for joining us here on the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks, and the next battles will soon come along in the not too distant future.
This is iRacing.
Every time you hit the track, every millisecond matters. Trust, confidence, speed. Built for every corner, every track. Built for you. Rdoks, only quality setups.